Greetings and salutations, and welcome to another episode of Watts World. If you don't know by now, it's the show about everything and nothing. You just never know what you may get. Hope everything is going well in y'all's neck of the woods. It's good to see everybody. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. I do apologize about last night. I did plan to go live, but man, right before I got ready to, man, it's just this wicked storm cell came through. It started raining, thunder, and pouring. Power went out for, I don't know, maybe 30, 45 minutes, knocked the internet out. Then after that whole deal, getting everything set back up, just kind of lost my spark, kind of lost my mojo. Don't really know if I lost the mojo or maybe the tacos kicked in. I did consume half of my body weight in tacos for supper last night, so that could explain it. There could be some interference running. Who knows? Mother Freedom, always good to see you. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. So for anybody that may be wondering, which is probably very few, I was going to go live last night, but just had too much interference running my way. Oh, no doubt. That too. Man, it started raining and the hard stuff lasted for, I don't know, probably about an hour. But after that, it kind of rained steady for a couple hours. And yeah, I think that did me in. Shoot, I cracked a few windows. Yeah, that was a wrap. That was a wrap. Mary Freeland, good to see you. But yeah, it was a beautiful day here today. Hot as hell, back into the triple digits. But other than that, it wasn't too bad. This was the first day in the last since over a week since past the last Friday. We've had a rain at some point every day. Uh, Most days, not a whole lot, maybe just a little afternoon shower, but yeah, every day for the last week we've had some rain here where I live at. None today. None today. Yeah. Didn't mean to put anybody into a panic attack. I woke up to a whole slew of unlisted emails of people, wanting to know what happened, what's going on. They thought the aliens got me. They thought the mattress mafia caught up to me and all of Bonnie's shenanigans. But no, still safe. I don't know how sound I am, but safe for the most part. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, I didn't do a whole lot today. Went out to the flea market, contended with the heat, the humanoids, and the fleas. Wasn't too bad. Even as hot as it was, there's a bunch of people set up, a bunch of people out and about. So that's a good thing. Bought me a few knickknacks, a few paddywhacks, a few things I definitely didn't need. But you know, that's what happens when you go to the flea market unsupervised and unwatched. Turn me loose on the flea markets, things start happening. Yeah, no, right? Yeah, I think I had it was like a convergence. Too much THC, too much tacos, maybe not enough Four Loco. Who knows? Who knows these things? Luckily, I didn't see any. I didn't see any at the flea market. I saw a few humanoid fleas. I saw a few fleas of the human variety, but no, a few flesh sucking humans, but no flesh sucking insects. I think it might have been a little too hot. The asphalt and the smell of napalm in the morning kept them away. Yeah, I planned on doing a little bit more, but shoot, man, after I went to the flea market for a couple hours and went and got me something to eat, Went to the grocery store, put a few people in the headlock trying to get a few groceries. That was a wrap. Got home and hell, I ain't watched much TV or no sports in a while. Ain't really been much on to watch. And I was flipping through the channels and I seen they had the FIFA on. I watched a little bit of the FIFA. I think it was England versus France. They were dueling it out and battling it out for whoever was going to get third place. I think England ultimately ended up closing them out. But yeah, I watched a little bit of that, took me a nap, and that was about it. You know? No. I know what you meant, but I definitely meant THC. It's a new variety, a new strand of express entrance THC. You know, before you can even think about it, it's already in you. You know, futuristic stuff, way futuristic stuff. You know, it's the type of stuff they're smoking on Pluto, real far out there. Yep, tomorrow it'll be all she wrote for the FIFA for another 4 years. Yes, come down to Argentina versus Spain. I don't know. Seem to kind of been one sided. I think they're trying to let Messi ride out into the sunset, but I don't know. That 19-year-old kid from Spain, he's pretty fast, pretty sharp. He said when he was a kid, Messi was his idol. Now it's time to put his idol to bed. So let's see what they can do tomorrow. Argentina versus Spain, winner take all. Yeah, it seems like they've been playing all year. Been playing all through June and then up to this point. Mrs. Metal, good evening. Good to see you. Anybody else might have came in I might have missed. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. It was definitely another soup sandwich. A very hot, toasty, fresh out of the oven soup sandwich here today. Yeah, I started just randomly looking through my contacts, just calling people, say, hey, I ain't checked in with y'all in a while. By chance, did y'all get a swimming pool installed this summer? No? All right. I got 3 on the hook maybe for tomorrow. We'll see who replies. So we can have a pool party, even if it's just me there. Y'all ain't got to be there. Just make sure you leave the gate unlocked for me. Yeah, it's nice here tonight. It's still, man, compared to earlier in the week when it was already down into the 70s at this time, it's a big difference. Definitely can feel it. You know, BYOT, that's only, I can respect that. If you let me use your own pool, I would at least bring my own towel. I wouldn't use your facilities and use your towel. That'd just be too much. It's too much and not enough. GG's, good evening. What's she saying? Hello, everyone. There's an odd video showing someone predicting the World Cup winner. Video is from 2021, I think. Weird. So if Spain wins 3-2, I like it. I like it. Let's start that rumor. Let's start that rumor now. 3-2. I think it could go either way. I don't know much about it. I hadn't followed much of it, but who knows? Maybe your time traveling video that you stumbled across from 2001 is an accurate prediction. But as highly accredited, a highly esteemed, as much truth and clout as the Simpsons have, even someone like them can't get everything right. They can't get all the predictive programming right. They'll miss 1 out of 100. It ain't bad odds. 99 and 1 ain't bad. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Thought we was talking about the thong song over here. The thong, the thong, thong, thong. Oh man. Oh man. You gotta expect it all. You gotta expect the unexpected. You know. Oh, don't do it, Gigi. We cannot have you and the Canadian government single-handedly shutting down the internet. You know, it's going to be a busy week, a lot of news flashes, a lot of distractions. We need to have our distractions and our news flashes. Please don't shut the internet down. If you really need to, just get somebody to do it. You know, do it in their name. You know, just chop them up. But yeah, please don't shut down the internet. Give us one more week. I don't even know how any of that type of thing goes. I know I see a 1,001 commercials about betting and doing this thing, and then right at the bottom of the thing, it shows you like all the states where you can't do it at. I'm like, they're just tempting you and tricking you to do it, you know? Even though you can't legally do it in your state, they say, you know, they'll continue to entice you and show you the commercials. First time users upload $10 and automatically get a $200 credit. Yeah. 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 Got everybody and their mama throwing a $10 bill at it, thinking they're going to be the next, I don't know. Like the guy from the family vacation. The money, the money, the money. Like I stopped at the gas station this evening and there was, I don't know, I guess the lottery, whichever lotteries the night it was up big. And I ended up getting me a couple slips just for the hell of it. Yeah, dude, there was like a whole convention of these people in there, man. These two older women in there, it's like they had a whole conspiracy notebook of numbers, man. They was up there trying to dissect it, figure it out. They just swore that they had the right combination of numbers, you know. And they're kind of weird. The older people about playing their lottery numbers, they're weird, you know. They don't want you to make eye contact with them. They don't want you to look at their stuff, nothing they're writing. They even feel like you might be looking at their direction. Oh, it could go down. You got to be ready. You got to be ready when the elderly's playing the numbers in the keno. You get a little feisty and a little frisky. You got to watch them. The big dog, the Doug's Balls is in the house. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. You know, it's a show about everything and nothing. You just never know what you might not get. But just hang in there. Tonight may be the night you get what you seek. Hmm. Yeah, how's things going up there in Canada? Hopefully you ain't too far from the fires or whatever's getting affected. I'll admit I hadn't dug too deep in it. I've seen a few articles. Hopefully you're not in any direct danger or direct path. Yeah, I kind of seen that storyline taking shape. Either it was, I figured it was either going to be Messi or Ronaldo. I figured either one of them would probably have a nice, cushy path, you know, to ride off into the sunset. Canada, huh? So it's not Canada. It's not Canada. This whole time I'm thinking it was Canada. Shh. Now y'all tell me. I made it all this time, and you finally tell me. This whole time I thought it was Canada. Herd Mueller. Herd Mueller died at 81. Remember him? I don't know much about those characters. I know certain names ring a bell. What's that? The guy from the Mueller report, whatever that was about. Mm. Yeah, we lost Mueller allegedly. Lost Graham. Mm. No, I don't know about controlled. I mean, uh, I guess each country plays its role, different things. Ultimately, the government and the corporations that's running these places, they make those type of decisions. But no, I like to look at everybody as their own individual person until they prove otherwise. I like to think that everybody's a living man, a living woman, until they show me different. You know, but no, never been to Canada myself. But I mean, I don't know. Some people think that Canada was just born like last election term. They forget that these lands and these places and these people have been connected for generations and lifetimes, long before these ridiculous brainwashing propaganda tactics that they're trying to feed you were. You know what I mean? But some people don't seem to see it. They don't seem to hear it. I don't believe there's anything new under the sun, but some people think it just started 5 years ago. Some people think it started 6 years ago. Shoot, no. The people that's running these type of institutions, they're not a 0 to 60 type of people. They're 0 to 60 over a generation, over a decade. It's the long game. Things may be happening quicker or faster, but ultimately they were already set in stone. None of this stuff was drawn up on a napkin or a sticky note last night. You know, the Mueller report. Yeah, I don't even remember what that was about. It was something about Trump and Russia or something like that. I don't know. It's been so many news flashes and cycles since then. We'll be honest, a lot of that stuff, I don't even really dig deeper in some of it. Some stuff I do, some stuff I don't. I just see it as face value as what it is. Just swipe left. Just keep swiping until I find something of value, something of interest. No doubt. Native trees, whatever type of fruit trees can grow in the area, whatever type of native trees, native plants. Oh, yeah, definitely. No doubt. That should be like things like that shouldn't even be in a question. But yet they will completely avoid a good policy, something like that produces life and things like that draw up something that just ultimately just creates death and destruction. It's crazy. Like people will literally stop in the tracks of doing a natural, loving, living thing to just completely alter their path, just to enter destruction, deception, and mayhem. It's crazy. Navy vet, good to see you. Anthony Crouch. Oh, I bet it was. I bet, yeah. Definitely some beautiful places, no doubt. My my sisters, they went up there one year. I don't even remember what part of Canada they went to. It's been like that was pre-COVID, yeah. So that was like 2017 or 18. They went to some type of trip or somewhere up in Canada. I'm thinking they went just on the north side of wherever Niagara Falls, whatever big cities or areas may be right above Niagara Falls, whichever province that is. That's the one they went to. But oh yeah, they loved it. I think they ended up going like I don't know what time of the year. It wasn't quite the end of summer, but it wasn't fully fall yet. So they didn't get snowed in and they didn't get that full experience. But yeah, they said it was nice. Oh, no doubt. All the single-use plastics and everything that's out there. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I think the Coca-Cola company, I think they took first place again as the largest producer of single-use plastics in the world. So shout out Coca-Cola, winning all the first place in everything that you don't want to win first place in, you know, the company that labels themselves the real thing. Imagine that, you know. Most times I feel like it's in the name or whatever gets presented to you. It's the total opposite, you know. Some people can see it. I think a lot of people can't see it. That's where the confusion lies. They're like, why are they doing it? Why are they doing this to us? Why are they hurting us? Why are they killing us? You didn't read the name. You didn't read the fine print. You know, they tell you these things. It's like anything, you know. Or hang around and let the dust settle and just read the end credits, you know. See who's taking accountability, credibility for these type of things that's happening. Oh, no doubt. No matter how many good ideas or how many things we try to do offset certain things, if you're not taking care of the land you're walking on and the earth that's sustaining and feeding you, yeah. It's like having all the faith in the world, but not having any works to go behind it. You know, even I think even the Bible has a quote about that. You know, faith without works is useless or pointless. I don't know the exact terminology or wordology. You know, but pretty sure you get the drift. I think it's something like that. You know, to talk about the thing and to think about the thing, but not actually do the thing, it really does nobody any good. Ultimately, what's B saying? She's dropping some bombs down there. Let me see. The younger generations need to stop using plastics. I had paper straws, brown paper bags, the grocery store, and the garbage, the pops. Yeah, no doubt. Unfortunately, that's just the swing of things, you know, of how things get taken away, how things get revealed, you know. Uh, Hopefully, the elderly generation or the elders or whoever it may be, you know, they can see those type of things or they've adjusted and kind of stuck to a certain way. But ultimately, it's the future generations, the people that support and use these type of products every day. You know, definitely has to be some type of change. I mean, shoot, you went away from copper piping that kept water allegedly sanitized and kept it to a certain degree that made it living water, and you took all that away and you gave this horrible plastic stuff. Yeah, it's cool. It can flex. It can bend. It can do all these uh, synthetic, artificial things, but ultimately it's just killing the water. And then you take away stuff like even glass containers for whatever it is. You know, they're still a lot better than any of these plastics that's out there, and everything's plastic. Or if it is a metal, even if it is some type of metal can or something, it's got some type of plastic liner in it, so you just can't get away from it. But everything's switching, you know, everything's on the up and up. They doubled down. Now you don't have to worry about plastic straws and paper wrappers. Now it's paper straws and plastic wrappers. You know, they've completely figured it out. Don't worry. We're just overthinking all the death, destruction, and genocide. You know, they definitely have it figured out with the new Green Deal. You know, once people accept to just start loving your biodegradable melting paper straws, you know, it's going to be great. I forget what you call it. The type of stores where you go in and they sell like a lot of different dry goods, beans, rices, different things. Some things are in packaging, but some of it you can bring in your own containers or different things like that. We got two of them here in the area. I forget what you call those style of stores, but ultimately they to do what they do, they can't have a huge variety like a big box store, you know, and ultimately to do what they do because they have to do it like in a smaller scale. Ultimately, some things may be a little higher, uh, but the way today is, you know, if you're going to pay more across the board for everything, you might as well pay for quality. You know, I'll take quality over quantity any day of the week on most things, especially something that I'm putting into my body or consuming. You know, If I'm eating it, drinking it, or it's going on my body, yeah, I would definitely want to have the better of the quality. I don't care about quantity at all at that point. Some people just don't get it, you know. Just don't get it. No, it's like a specific name they call those type of like little stores, you know. It's almost kind of how like stores were before you had like your uh supermarkets and all that type of stuff. You know, you'd go in and they'd have like a lot of different dry goods behind the counter, and uh, they've got paper bags and stuff like that there that you can put it in. But if you have like glass jars and stuff like that in there, you go in there, they weigh it up, you can put it right in your own container, put it in your bag, and go. I forget what you call it. I mean, it's good to see stuff like that still hanging around, you know. But I mean, ultimately, it just starts from home, starts in your own ground, your own dirt, where you're walking at, where you're living. It's pretty much impossible to change something like a corporation like Wally World. You know, it's hard to change a global corporation like Wally World that's based in a different state, different time zone. But I mean, ultimately, you can uh, alter, enhance, or even degrade your own soil, your own area, your own environment. There you go. That might be it. You know, I might have been overthinking it. It might have just been you get your shit and get stored. You know, you ain't necessarily got to go home, but once the money folds, the deal is sold. You know, you got to get the heck on. I don't know. Next time I go down there, I'm gonna ask it, or I'll look it up later on. But yeah, I can't think of what it is right now. Mercantile. That might be it. That might be the name, a mercantile store. I think that might be it. Not 100% sure, but yeah. And they have a lot of local stuff, you know, local products, but unfortunately, not everything can be grown everywhere. So a lot of their stuff they do have from other places, wherever it comes from, wherever it's brought in from. It's definitely not something I don't get everything from there, but certain things, yeah, you know. For some things, there is a certain convenience factor, you know, but you shouldn't have to completely give up all quality nutrition and life force just to get a little convenience, you know. It shouldn't be that much of a trade off, that much of a bargain. Who doesn't? You know, seems like all the good words we don't say. We just say all the useless 4, 5, and 6 letter words. You know, when's the last time you met a professional mercantilist? You know, go down and support your local mercantile. Get a little merc and maybe a little tile. You know, knows how these things work. Feeling a little unsafe. We're only 30 minutes in, Johnny. You got to give it time to brew and marinate. You know what I mean? Feeling unsafe within 30 minutes and no panel guests. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Could be some lag, some follow up of what I experienced yesterday evening. I don't know. No, last night before I was gonna go live last night, it was probably one of the most interesting and I guess I could call it beautiful. Probably one of the most interesting and beautiful lightning thunderstorms. It was just clouds everywhere, just like this wall of clouds, almost like you was out at the beach and uh, You couldn't see any of the lightning strikes directly. It was all just like in the clouds, you know. It was kind of interesting. And about long enough it took me to sit here and embrace it and acknowledge it for a few minutes. The bottom fell out. I said, well, that 33% chance of rain went up to 133% real quick, you know. Trade store, juke joint every town. Oh, no doubt. I love a good juke joint, you know. I love a good hole in the wall. I've had some of my best times, y'all, in the hole in the wall. Y'all probably don't know nothing about that song. The hole in the wall. I forget who sings that song, but yeah. You have some of them old guys in the country, and they'd have it in the mix. They'd have it in the playlist while we was out there playing horseshoes. Most of the time I wasn't even playing. Shoot, I was just watching them. It didn't matter. Any given, pretty much any given day, or definitely on the weekends, yeah. Catch all them old retired guys out there. Or if it was during the week, shoot, a bunch of them guys just come after work, stop by, have a drink, shoot the shit, you know. I do it. I do like. I like and support a good vittle. I will support that. Not to be confused with Skittles. I don't support or consume that, but I do enjoy, embrace, and consume a good vittle from time to time. Oh, I know. It was a wild one last week. Me and my coworker was coming in, and it looked like lightning struck just like a couple curves up the road. I mean, it came straight down, and we both looked at each other and was like, "Man, that hit something just up the curve," you know, kind of joking. But yeah, just as we got up the curve, there was just off to the left of the road. There was this oak tree, and it sure enough looked like lightning just came down, boom, blowed half of the tree off. It looked like the standard. You know, if anybody's ever seen a tree that's been hit by lightning, you know, it'll strike at a certain point, and then it just travel all the way down till it grounds out through the roots. But yeah, you can see it. It just completely blew the side of that tree off like it wasn't nothing. Or like that one guy. I don't know if you ever seen the movie. What was it? The Benjamin Button, The Curious Tale of Benjamin Button. If you ever seen that movie, there was a guy. There was a guy that lived in like the care home or whatever they was at through a good part of the movie. And this guy supposedly he had them been struck by lightning. I don't know how many times, like a crazy amount of times, 7, 10, 13 times. And then throughout the movie, uh, it shows like a little snippet of it, and like the main character saying, "Yeah, Mister Johnson got hit by lightning so and so many times," and it'll show like a clip. Like one time he was out plowing the field and didn't know to come in, and boom, he got struck by lightning. I'm thinking that's crazy. You hear these different stories of like people that's been hit by lightning, survived, and then even these crazier stories, people that's got hit by lightning several times, survived it. Don't know. Imagine something like that would affect the person to even survive it once, but to survive it multiple times, you know. Definitely had a guardian angel. God was looking out for you. It wasn't your time, or whatever the circumstance, you know. What would be the odds? I don't even know what the odds are, but yeah, might go play the lottery after that, you know. I never met the guy, but when I was coming up, there was always this story about this older gentleman here locally. But yeah, he's done long gone now. But they said that he got struck by lightning years ago, survived it. Uh, I don't know the whole deal. He might have been down a couple days or something, and boom. After that, it was just like nothing ever happened. I never met him personally, but that was I guess once you get hit by lightning and survive, you got to have some pretty wild stuff happen to you, to top that story. From that point on, hey man, that's the guy that got struck by lightning and survived. I don't know what else you got to do to top that. Maybe take down the Intergalactic Federation. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. Mel Waiters, Hole in the Wall. I've had some of my best times, y'all, at the hole in the wall. Can't remember the rest of the song, but no doubt. No doubt. Yeah, we're even doing electrical. Uh, my I guess my main trade right now is electrical. Even doing electrical, we get calls every so often. After storms, uh, especially during and after hurricane season. The chances of having a lot more storms, more intense storms. People call us. Hey man, lightning struck this tree outside my house, or lightning done struck their house somewhere. Yeah, when you go there, you can see it, and it's just like anything. Once it hits or once it strikes, it's going to find the path of least resistance. If it's your home, unfortunately, it's probably going to come out through an outlet or something like that, depending on your home's grounding system. But or if it hits the tree, it's just going to blow out the side of the tree till it just dissipates into the ground. And sometimes we go out, like lightning has hit a tree beside a house, and I've even seen it where the tree has been so close to the house that it looked like, well, that's what did happen. It ain't what it looked like, but the lightning hit the tree, rode the tree down, jumped over into the house, and it passed through a portion of the house. I've seen that happen before. Not physically, but we had a customer that happened to, and you could see it. You could see it where it went all the way through the oak tree, and then just jumped over to the house some type of way. It was crazy. And sometimes there ain't no effect. We'll go in, we'll check devices, we'll check breakers, everything's reading properly. Uh, that's if you didn't have a direct hit. I've seen it have a direct hit, and it'll just go out and blow out their whole main breaker. You know, and unfortunately, that just opens a can of worms. Depending on what your electrical system is, it may not be something where you could just go in and just replace your interior panel and be done with it. It may be something that affects uh, several different layers of your home's electrical service. It may blow out your service entry wire. It may travel out to your outside meter box. Those type of things happen. There you go. Cheryl's burning up. She's burning up there in Washington. But yeah, they have a lot of different things. But definitely don't think that having like one of those power strips and just like a surge protector, nah, that ain't gonna do you no good for the most part. They have different surge devices and things that you can get for your home. Uh, whatever price point or whatever protection you look for, and for the most part, they do help. They do keep you secure for the most part. She ain't nothing worse than having a surge. Now you got to replace all the TVs, laptops, computers, anything you might have had plugged in. 9 times out of 10, it won't do a whole system shutdown, but it could affect something, a good portion of it for sure. The Battle Axe, good to see you. Hope all is well. The Emoji Queen, the Battle Axe, aka the Emoji Queen. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Had a close encounter with lightning. Divine intervention caused me to drop the peers as I walked into the kitchen, and lightning and the palm tree came through the corner of the kitchen, hit the metal. Oh, damn. Yeah. Yeah, I bet you was definitely awake after that one. I don't blame you. I work around electricity. I get shocked a few times. Yeah, I'm definitely awake. So yeah, you get the right hand of God start clapping in your ear. Yeah, it can do that. Electricity's crazy. Like, can't do that. It will. It just takes the path of least resistance. You know. Intruistic hieroglyphs. There you go. They're not emojis. They are intruistic hieroglyphs, ladies and gentlemen. In the future humanoids will try to look back and try to understand our intuistic hieroglyphs, and they just will have no idea. You know, they will have no idea what the heck's going on. Oh yeah, washing machine. No, I don't stand a chance. No, I can wash your clothes, but it can't wash 100,000 volts pumping. The older ones, the old school ones, they had a more of a chance to withstand it, but the ones now, I think they're definitely a lot more vulnerable. Just for the simple fact everything's digital, everything's smart, everything's got some type of computer motherboard, embedded inside. It ain't just a washer, it ain't just a dryer. You've now got a Palm Pilot that does your laundry, you know. It looks great, sounds great, but until it ain't. It's like a lot of things they make now. It just, I don't know. Lasts about as long as to the next great thing or the next big thing comes out. Huh. Imagine that. Imagine that. Lasts just as long as the next big thing. Oh no. No apologies here. You know. Oh yeah. Yeah, shoot. If you could find one, if you could find one that was in good enough shape to use and then finding it as at a decent price, I don't know. It would seem like with everything now that they're reproducing, duplicating, reprocessing, it seems like some a company would have came out with something like that, just to uh, make a new model style or something like that. Maybe there is, I don't know. But it seems like if there was you know, a standard washer wringer system like that, I think people would buy it. I mean, if nothing else, it'd be a good marketing tool with like outdoor people or anybody doing camping or stuff like that. Who knows? Maybe I'm 10 years behind the productivity. No, right. I know that's right. Cocaine and electricity. The prices are starting to get out of hand. Gotta pick, you gotta pick your poison. Yeah, you would think they would, but no, it's too much. It's too much for them to do the right thing. It's too much for them to do something like that. Yeah, I don't know about the cocaine part, but as an electrician, yeah, I know those prices is high. A good part of it is just material. Getting products and the availability of certain things is crazy. It's like I know some things come and go depending on state to state, region to region, but ever since the last few hiccups or the last few major blows to the supply shipment, pre-COVID, post-COVID, yeah, getting certain electrical things has been totally different. Now they put regulations on these electrical supply houses that we go to. Um, and they're only allowed to get so much product, so many panels, so many breakers, so many spools of wire. So I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, they put those type of regulations in place since COVID, and they never released them. You know, sometimes it comes in waves, but that's what makes it tricky. Sometimes, like on the spot jobs or certain emergency jobs, might be something that done went bad, and it's the availability or getting something instant like that. You know, we try to keep a good supply of different things. You know, but yeah, you can't account for everything. It definitely slows down like new construction jobs. You know, there's so much new construction going on in the area, and everybody's needing the same wood, the same sheetrock, the same paint, the same shingles, the same plumbing, the same electrical. You know, yeah, they put that type of stuff in place, and they just is like, nope, we've done made too much profit, too many profits. Sales are not declining, profits are going up. Why would we adjust? You know, why would we adjust? They're paying triple the price for half the product. Shit, you can't blame them. It's like going and buying a cup of lemonade and you're only getting one third of the product. You're only just getting the empty cup. You're not getting no lemonade and water, and you're not getting no sugar. You're just getting the empty cup. But here you go. Hopefully you enjoyed your lemonade. You know, come back again now. Come back again anytime. You know, maybe next time you can get the lemonade and water. You know, no cup. You got to bring your own cup. Fools and tools. Greetings and salutations. Yeah. Uh, Prepper 101. Good to see you. I'll definitely appreciate you checking in, tuning in. There you go. There you go. Just wait it out, high it out. You know, wait for all the normies to simmer down, and you can kind of just de-elevate at your own leisure. Oh, I know. The orchestration is beyond phenomenal. You wonder why all these things ain't working the way that you think they work? It's because they're being simultaneously orchestrated over generations to do exactly what they were intended to do. You know, no doubt. The orchestration has been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, all the shadow work and behind the scenes stuff, you know, shout out to those guys, you know, shout out to all the prop masters, uh, all the CGI special effects, the people that's making the masks. Oh, yeah, they don't get enough. They don't get enough credit. The orchestration is beyond phenomenal. But that's the long game. That's the long game at work, you know. Uh, Different people see and acknowledge things at different times, you know. And then I guess if you haven't acknowledged or haven't seen things in a while, and then you have like an aha moment or like an epiphany moment, there's always going to be that displacement or that misunderstanding, you know. Even if like now I may see something and come to I feel like I have an understanding of some form of truth, and that's my aha moment. There's people that's had it 10 years ago, 3 years ago, 20 years ago. There's people that hadn't even had it yet. So there's constantly that lag, just like we experienced the lag with my second generation Obama phone and my Taco Bell Wi-Fi. There's lag in just everything, just across the board, every form of information. You know, it's so with all that being said, yeah, all the orchestration is definitely phenomenal, no doubt. That's why I appreciate the credits. You know, I appreciate the end credits, you know. Shout out to all the people that's behind the scenes. If any of that even makes sense, you know, it makes 1% of sense somewhere. I guess that's enough, you know. Who's that? Who's getting married? No, no, not Prepper 101, Prepping 101. I know it's similar, but it's a little different. Uh, prepping, Prepping 101. I'm pretty sure it's safe for me to say that. He said it in different open forums, but yeah, if anybody that's been around since the Prepping 101 days, uh, ultimately he had to do a different channel. He became the Second Dawn. That's his channel now, the Second Dawn. But if anybody's familiar with him, I think he announced last week or sometime that yeah, he has gotten engaged or plans to get engaged and get married to some degree. So I don't think that's like any breaking news, but yeah, Prepping 101, not Prepper. I think he may be on the fifth one as it is. You know, we don't want to put that burden on him. You know, he's already got enough mother-in-law issues. I don't think we want to burden Prepper with another mother-in-law. I wouldn't put that on him. There we go. Lucky number 13. Lucky number 13. 13 away. How about that? That's awesome. Definitely appreciate all the love and support along the way. You know, anybody that may resonate with whatever the hell I'm saying, whenever the hell I'm saying it, you know, appreciate you for checking in, tuning in at some point, no doubt. If not, I'd have just been still here rambling to myself, to just myself, you know, just me, myself, and Irene. You know, so ultimately, I appreciate anybody that tunes in to the insanity, the late night, the same hours, you know, no doubt. All right. Like back in the day, you know, they say, what do they say? What was the saying they said? They said, reach one, teach one. You know, you ain't got to explain or, you know, make it make sense to a million. But I guess if you can reach one and teach one, and that person has the ability to be uh, commune able, you know, honor able, and they have the ability to go off and do things. You know, ultimately that million will be reached, but it just may not be reached directly by you. You know, indirect things. But you think about just how many seeds we have the ability to sow, you know, whether we planted something for a harvest later down the road and we missed an opportunity, you know, it was still an opportunity or a venue to plant a seed of some sort, whether it be a tree or just, I don't know, maybe reassuring somebody that the world is not lost, you know. There's somebody else that kind of sees what maybe what's going on, kind of feels what's going on, you know. Everybody's hurting to a certain degree. Everybody's just on a different degree, you know. Some people's hotter, some people's colder. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. It's like gardens. They got companion planting, you know. The only difference between soil and soul is you and I. There's many forms of companion planting, no doubt. It may seem cheesy, but you know, I don't really give a damn, you know. I like cheese. I rode the cheese wagon going to school as a kid. I guess it was ultimately up to me to being King Cheesy. You know, it ain't easy being cheesy. It ain't easy being cheesy. Tomcat, good to see you. No doubt. No doubt. It may not even be a direct action. It's just them seeing that that particular action or that particular direction can be taken. You know, that's just the simplest form at that point. You know, just showing somebody or telling somebody that, hey, there is a better way, there is a different way. Or maybe just reassuring that, hey, you're not the only one. You know, you definitely might be insane to some degree, but probably are the sane one in this instance. You know, you probably are seeing it through, thinking it through. John Dunnan, good to see you, sir. Always good to see you. Hope all is well. If you give a man a fish, he eats that day. If you teach a man to fish, he eats for a lifetime. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah. Yeah, you can talk about it all day, but yeah, you show somebody totally different. And that goes with anything. It just ain't about eating fish, you know. It's way beyond the fish. If you think it's just about the fish, then you know, that's cool. You're gonna be eating fish, but yeah, it's way beyond the fish. I forget the thing, but it is unto us what cast bigger nets, you know. Cast bigger nets. Broaden our own thinking, intuition, understanding, whatever it may be. See what I'm saying? Somebody's got to be king cheese, you know. Oh, that stuff, yeah, yeah. I never was a fan of the cheese in the can. What was it? The cheese whiz, the sprayable cheese. Yeah, I never was a fan. Never was a fan of the silly string cheese. No, I don't even know if they still make that stuff. I think they banned it. I think they banned that in like pre-COVID. Yeah, that was. Nah, I tried that stuff. It was pretty rough. I'm like, nah, never trust an aerosol projected cheese. You know, can't trust that. Oh, you know, just the random mumblings and ramblings of my brain right now. This is only like 3%. You know, for everybody that's already freaked out and then left by now, this was only 3%, ladies and gentlemen. You know, just imagine when we kick it into 17%. What are you gonna do? Where are you gonna go? It's Saturday night. Oh, I bet. I bet. I know. I ain't gonna lie. That's one of the weaknesses I have. Some good food, quality food. Shoot, I'll tear it up. I try to stay away from enough BS, enough filler, fast food stuff like that. So when I do get into it, I get into it. You know. I think it was probably the last time that I messed with McDonald's or that I spent my money at McDonald's, and that's probably been about a decade ago. I had just got off of work and I'm riding. I said, "Man, I'm hungry." And I knew that there was a McDonald's up there. Something told me don't go to the McDonald's, but then then my stomach started talking. You know, somehow my stomach outthought and outfought my mind, and I went through the McDonald's, and I think I ended up getting like three double cheeseburgers. You know, three double cheeseburgers, no ketchup, a drink and a fry. So I'm snacking on the McDonald's, you know, and then I get down to the last double cheeseburger, and I'm thinking, man, what the hell's going on here? This thing's way too light, you know? It's just paper. Man, I open it up. There wasn't nothing double about it. There was everything, everything was on the double cheeseburger except the burger. There was no double burger anywhere. Double cheese, all the regular ingredients and condiments like I asked them, but no meat. I'm thinking, how in the hell? Do you even make it to this point and even wrap it up? How do you go 2 for 3? How do you not go 3 for 3 on 3 double cheeseburgers? I don't know. I'm pretty sure that was my last one. I'm like, yeah, I was dumb enough for even stopping here. I don't even think it was good. It's just my hunger factor. I was too hangry. I let the emotions get the best of me. I made some poor life choices that day. But yeah, I'm thinking, damn, how do you go 2 for 3? How do you go 2 for 3 at 3:30 in the afternoon? Yeah, get the heck out of here, McDonald's. See, and ultimately, yeah, that's the better way of thinking. They did me a favor. They just pushed me on out the door. Said, you want a certain standard. You might have thought this was Burger King. You could have it your way, but no, this is how we do it here. It's how we do it here in Ronald McDonald Land. Yes, the hell with those clowns. I ain't touched none of that stuff since then. I used to enjoy the crappy commercials though. I ain't gonna lie, I used to enjoy the crappy Taco Bell commercials. But hell, they canceled the Taco Bell commercials before they canceled Taco Bell. You know, thinking people's just now canceling Taco Bell after all these years. They get the bad lettuce. Now they done canceled the lettuce. They done got a new lettuce. I'm thinking, man, y'all canceled the most nutritional thing y'all had on the menu. Compared to some of their stuff and some of their ingredients, I'm thinking, dang. They said, no, 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 we canceled our lettuce. We canceled our lettuce supplier within 20, whenever this was like a couple of days ago. They said within 24 to 48 hours, we will have all our immediate locations restocked, brand new, fresh lettuce. And I'm thinking, yeah, that may be cool. But what if ultimately that wasn't really the problem? Even if it wasn't intentional sabotage or however it might have been, what if it was something in the shipping or the logistics of it? So it don't matter if you're bringing in a clean product into a dirty environment. Ultimately, you're still going to have a dirty product. Ultimately, not unless you did just a complete changeover or whatever was happening. And that's outside of the fact of a man-made intentional act. And, it's just it's not even crazy to think that these days. I don't even think, with so much intentional sabotage and allegedly uh, accidents and all the things that happen. I hate to break it down to a specific point, but heck, since COVID, you know, there was a few instances that came to the main light before then, but it was still a trending thing before COVID. And COVID hit, I guess, I don't know. News cycles had more time to run. More people were sitting around, had time to look up stuff. There was tons of them, tons of different production plants, food plants, seed plants, chicken plants, meat plants. None of these highly contested, highly flammable 3D printed meats. No, 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 none of those varieties. The natural type. The natural fowl, the natural beef, whatever it might have been. Those type of facilities. Canning facilities, different major distribution facilities that allegedly had events happen. Yeah. Let's see who here. Tayman 79. What's up? Puff Puff Pulse, everybody's. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. But yeah, I'm just rambling, mumbling, you know. Says 32 people here. Maybe it's making sense to somebody. Pretty sure I don't have 32 bots. I don't think that I'm esteemed or high up on the social media MySpace tower to just have 33 bots. Who do you think you are? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I know the article I read, I know Taco Bell was saying it, I guess from however it happened from them, it was they originated to their lettuce. But yeah, you start coupling in berries and different things, who knows? You know? Yeah. 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 Run. Just imagine your favorite non-favorite horror movie when everyone got the heck out of there. Just do it, you know. Because we care, you know. Because of because we want to care and look after your own safety, you know, your own safety and security. Can't have dirty lettuce. That's a direct threat to democracy. Shit. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Just kind of seems like these things kind of happen at certain times, you know. You go back pretty much the last couple midterm cycles or the last couple presidential cycles, there was always some big food or some type of something, you know. There was some dirty lettuce, there was some dirty something, you know. Not saying these things don't always happen, but you know, why waste a good midterm here? You know, you got to show something polarizing, a good talking point, you know, whatever it may be. Whatever it may be. There you go. Anthony sounds pretty logical to me, even though I'm coming in at a high rate of 3.4. You know, just imagine, Anthony, what type of clarity could come through if you could was able to get the full 5x5. You know, man, you're just getting the 3x4, man. Just the 3x4. Yeah, we're trying to do something over here, even if it's nothing. You know, we've done so much with so little for so long that at this point we feel like we can do pretty much anything with nothing. You know, it's just it's amazing. It's amazing we made it this far. You know, it's amazing. Up here in Maine, yeah, yeah. Jokes on you. Jokes on you, you 420 haters. You know, now who's got the real devil's lettuce? Jokes on you. It wasn't the weed. Wasn't the weed, ding dongs. You know, it's the highly contaminated, highly modified, highly GMO'd, highly saturated bullcrap that they're mass producing. You know, definitely wasn't the things that was organic, even though they're trying to make it seem like that. Oh, no, no, don't eat lettuce. No. Even in its purest form, none of these things are bad to you, but you juice them up. You juice them up and modify them and alter them, you know, dissect them, just like the humanoids. What do you think's going to happen? You want the three nips pretty soon, guess what? You're going to have three nips. You're going to have the human Palladian full crossovers. Watch, it's coming. Episode 252. Yeah. If nothing else, it's got a portion of the people washing stuff, you know. They're washing stuff they ain't never washed before, you know. I like it. There you go. Yeah, I mean there's stuff that even out of my garden, there's stuff that of course I pick it, eat it right then, you know. I'll give it a little dust off or a little wipe off, but you know, I know what I put into it. I know ultimately what I didn't put into it, but ultimately I can't control what's coming down from the sky. You know, natural or unnatural, I can't control that. So I still certain things like greens and stuff like that or whatever. But cherry tomatoes, different snackable things like that, I'll grab a couple of them, snack on them. You know, ain't nothing to it. But yeah, anything from the store, I've always gave it a decent wash or something. You know, if nothing else, even if you don't have to worry about a parasite or something like that, just a simple, a lot of that stuff comes sprayed. They spray different type of waxes or different things on there to keep it quote unquote protected or keep the color. If nothing else, wash that off. And ultimately, I don't think you can wash it off completely because you know it's going to seep in some type of way. But yeah, for the parasites or whatever may be on there, yeah, give it a good little, give it a good wash. Yeah, no doubt. Dang, bro. Damn, you smoking on that Neptune weed. Smoking that biscotti sour. Man, damn, bro. I don't even think I've had a real biscotti. Here you go, smoking sour biscotti, bro. That's how they do it in the future, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they're doing in the future in Neptune. What are you doing here and now in the present on Earth, the third rock from the sun? This guy's smoking sour coffee pastries. You know what I mean? Shh. Oh yeah, no doubt. I still buy some every now and then, but I try to grow a lot of cherry tomatoes, especially this time of the year. You know, uh, can't control everything, but at least I got my own little mix. I got my hands in the dirt. I got my hands in the seeds. Um, can't control everything, but you can control a lot more than you think. Ultimately, if you don't try, I mean, that's worse than even trying. You're gonna miss a thousand shots that you don't take. You're gonna miss every time. Don't take 1,000 shots. That's pretty much guaranteed. You miss every single one of them. No muscle memory, no repetition, no discipline, no form, no understanding. That's just 1,000 missed shots untaken. I don't know who said that. That might have been a Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan. Ultimately, it's like most things. It transcends way beyond the sport or the particular optic. It's just you know, some things transcend many genres, many generations. Nothing else, the truth don't change. The filler and the byproduct and the side effects to a certain degree, but ultimately, whatever the truth is. Unless they're from McDonald's. A decade ago when I left McDonald's alone, they had the cheese, but there was no burger. It was just a cheese sandwich. I said, dang, they just need to put it on the dollar menu. They're just selling cheese sandwiches. You get a bun, some cheese, and the however condiment combination you want. Have a deluxe cheese sandwich. Oh, damn, B's out there thugging it. I'm out there on the street corner, take it or leave it. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Who do you think you are? It's buy here, pay here. Oh, oh, it's buy here, pay here. It's like a used car salesman, but just no cars. There you go. Shut them down. Shut them down. That's like, when was it? I don't know what news cycle or what season it was, but had to have been a few years back. There was some type of maybe when it was the most recent Russian or Ukraine conflict or something popped off, and then the U.S. I don't know, they might have tried to do some type of sanction or something on Russia, and Russia was like, "The hell with it! Y'all going to take McDonald's away? Y'all going to take Coca-Cola away? You think that's hurting us?" In the short term, yeah, but in the long term, shoot, that's less products and less BS that we got to deal with. I don't know. It was something that happened a few years back. I don't know if it was during COVID or one of them time frames, but it was like, do you really think you're threatening us by saying that you're going to take away McDonald's and Coca-Cola and all these other bullcrap entities? If you're going to take them away, so be it. Yeah. Don't threaten to shut down and stop giving us crappy products. Who do you think you are? Just do it. Don't talk about it. Don't say that it's happening. You know, just do it. Yeah, right. Look at Russia. They're over there suffering through the winters and everything else. They got the kids out there wrestling bears. You know what I mean? They got generational wars going on, conflict. Do you really think they care if they're going to take McDonald's away? Shoot, no. There wasn't probably many of them that supported it for the most part. I don't know. And who knows? That might have just been some fake news propaganda. Who knows? McDonald's sales might have increased tenfold over there in Mother Russia. Who knows? Who knows how these things work? Right, right. They take away the one crappy name and just give us a name that we don't even know. Now it's in Russian, you know. Now you got to call up your Russian counterpart, and that starts looking sketchy. You're like, why are you calling so many Russian people? You know, who do you think you are to have that many Russian counterparts in your call log history? Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know what would be the main meal or dish in Russia. I don't know what would be a Russian version of McDonald's. Maybe a lamb burger. Get you a double lamb burger. Who knows how these things work? Got to get a Russian on the ground correspondent. Russia or Albania. If Albania still exists, we'll take either one. You know, either one will do and suffice at this point, you know. Need a far east, but not too far east correspondent. Let's see, what did I miss here? Huh, there you go. Let's just say. Sometimes you can have some luck with some of those type of things, you know. Sometimes doing it that way, I mean, it's ultimately if you get any type of product or any type of tomatoes out of it, it's a win-win, you know, free seeds. But yeah, some of those things can be hit and miss, especially with so many GMO, non-GMO modified stuff. You know, even if it shows the ability to have a seed, even if the seeds we get, there may be particular ones that's grown to produce one harvest, and then if you try to save the seeds from that one, the ones that you grew yourself, you may get a beautiful, healthy looking plant, maybe with blooms, but it may or may not produce fruit. You know, uh, I'm not saying it's the same across the board. You know, there's different seed companies, different things. Definitely, uh, if you're going to look up and inspect the food that you get, if you're going to be growing your food, if you're getting seeds, definitely look into research the seeds you get. It would only make sense, you know. Uh, I mean, there's a ton of different little varieties of stuff. You know, I can't think of anybody specifically to shout out, but yeah, just definitely do a little bit more research. Find out what they're doing or not doing to these seeds before we get them. Yeah, I've had goes the nightly intergalactic helicopter flying over. But yeah, I've had lamb a few times. Wasn't too bad. Uh, they always have lamb as an option whenever they have the spring and the spring and the fall Greek festivals. I went to the one in spring a couple months ago, but yeah, that's one of the meats they always have: lamb, chicken, beef. Yeah, I think they always have lamb, chicken, and beef. I don't think they ever have pork, but you know that's cool. Good stuff. I mean, I can't say it was always Gordon Ramsay approved, but I mean it was edible, delicious, cooked and served. There you go. I think that would be yeah. If you have the ability to talk and to uh, barter and communicate with those type of people, definitely, you know, or people that you notice had like generational gardens um, outside of anything commercialized or anything like that, but just generational gardens, you know, definitely those type of things. Or just if you're not doing it, start now, build up your own seed bank. Um, should know your area, should know your environment, kind of understand and look into what can and can't grow there. If nothing else, just look into what you like to eat and go down that list and see what can and can't be grown in your area from that list. I think that's about the simplest way to do it, you know. Pretty everything that I grow, I eat. But there's stuff that I'll trade out if I have abundance in certain things, and somebody else has something. Barter, trade out, whatever it may be. But yeah, ultimately, I'm not going to grow anything that I wouldn't eat myself. Definitely, definitely looking at different heirloom varieties, stuff like that. No doubt. It really doesn't do us any good as a population or as a community and stuff like that if we shift away from crappy products just to plant some crappy seeds. Try to want them to be the best that they can be for whatever purpose. Better harvest, better yield. Especially if you put in like a mindset of like during certain times, like uh, certain generations, not even counting like Great Depression times, however that was. But people planting certain things, and you relied on that crop. If you might have had a crappy tomato crop for that season, that was it. Couldn't just go buy another one or just go get some seeds. It was all kind of year to year basis. If you had abundance, you put stuff up, can stuff up, whatever you had access to do. But yeah, certain times, that season or that winter, depending on whatever your harvest was, more times than not. Mm, don't know. Don't know. I need to go back to the. I need to go down and take a little trip south of me. They have a big Mennonite market. They have outside stuff they sell, but inside it's a bunch of stuff like that. And some of their products are from different Amish communities, stuff like that. That build chairs or whatever they build, and then they send them out. But at one time, they did have a pretty good seed variety. I need to go down there and check it out. Oh, no doubt. I think like a lot of things, and this may be true to some of you, or it may be just a thing that it's true to me. But I think anything across the board, anytime you gain something, you give something up. If you want to, if you want this plant to be drought tolerant, drought resistant, pest tolerant, you want to gain that ability, then you're going to lose something else. Something else may go away a little bit. And I think a lot of times it's the simplest things or the most obvious things. Nutritional value, taste, you know, it may grow well. The bugs might not mess with it. It may remain very colorful, but as far as just taste and nutrition, it completely goes down. I think it's kind of been seeing that more and more as the years go along. You hear people just talk about stuff and it's like it just don't taste the same, or it just has very little no taste. I mean, I think some may be a side effect of what may or may not have happened during COVID, but I think ultimately it's happening outside of people that experience that, just for the simple fact that it's just crappy products. It looks good on the shelf. It may last, a little while when you get home, but yeah, ultimately it's outside of that. It's just null and void of whatever made it good and natural to begin with. Dirty dogs. Can't even make a decent nutritional fajita anymore. You know what I mean? They have taken the fun out of fajita. What the hell are we even doing here, ladies and gentlemen? You just completely lose all joy and happiness when you see your favorite sizzling fajita concoction coming out of your favorite Hispanic restaurant. Who doesn't get excited about that? Maybe just me. Maybe I'm just partly obese, partly just big boned. Maybe it's just me. Anyway, can't believe I just rambled about absolutely nothing. Can't believe nobody stopped me. Maybe I didn't give a safe word. Maybe that's why nobody stopped me. It was just like, well, just let him keep going until he runs out of air. He's got to come up for air eventually. Yeah. Who does this guy from Georgia think he is? Just clogging up all the airways with this unnecessary ear drama. Get a t-shirt that says that. Do not trouble me with your unnecessary ear drama. Oh man, that one would sell. We might be on to something, ladies and gentlemen. Well, if nothing else good happens, that was a good moment for me. Hopefully, it was as good for you as it was for me. Yeah, that's what I tell her. It's not my fault that I'm fat. Obviously, you can see I have more bone distribution area, you know? What would I look like? A big guy with little bones, you know? It's just, it's in our genetics, you know? It's how it happened. To be or not to be? That is the question. I choose to be. I can't really fathom to not be, you know? Couldn't fathom or even understand it. Oh, especially when you see all the side effects and stuff with like all these alleged like weight loss drugs. I'm like, man, I guess it's always been a thing, but like, man, you got 1,001 weight loss drug commercials. I mean, what's going on here? You know, maybe did you just think maybe you shouldn't have took all the nutrition and all the vitamins and everything away from the food? You know, maybe they shouldn't have did all that. That's when maybe it should start clicking to some people. Hey, maybe it's not a coincidence. Maybe it's not a coinky dink. You know, the same people that's funding the heart and the cancer research is the same people that's funding these uh, horrible beverages and these horrible byproducts that's feeding them. You know, they're getting fed from both sides. Maybe it's not a coincidence. Maybe not. See, I cannot shame the ice cream eaters. You know, I know how it feels. I mean, it was hotter than I don't know. I thought they was having another remake of The Devil Went Down to Georgia today. So no, shoot no. If I could find some decent ice cream, I'd definitely get it. The last few times I bought different brands from the store, I was kind of disappointed. Shoot, no, I ain't gonna lie. If I had a half gallon of some crappy ice cream, I'd probably take it down through there. It wouldn't stand a chance, you know. Shoot, yeah. No, pretty sure I'm not saying anything that hadn't crossed any other mind in some point in time, you know. Man, what's today's date? The 18th, July the 18th. Well, we survived Friday the 17th, so it's all uphill from here in this weekend. You know, it's all uphill till we hit Monday. Look at this. This ice cream is Turkey Hill brand. Don't know if I ever heard of it. Don't know if I heard of that one. That may be one of the few good ones that they just don't allow me to get access to. Not saying there ain't some good ones. I just the last few times was just bad experience. Just could have kind of put a dark cloud over me in the ice cream world. Sad times. I guess that's why fat kids love cake. The ice cream was shitty. Unless they made it or got you some Amish, it was just shitty. I guess that's why they say fat kids love cake. Nah, and I was always that kid anyway. It was like a birthday party or something. The classic go to is they'll have the cake and then they'll have like a 5 gallon tub of the Neapolitan. The chocolate, the strawberry, and the vanilla. And every time I'm like, nah, I don't want all. I just want just plain vanilla. I completely mess up the whole system. You know. So then whoever comes after me, the vanilla scooped down so far. Now they're only getting chocolate and strawberry. I just threw a whole wrench in the whole ice cream distribution process. They hated it. They hated it. I know they did. Damn. You got the Shadowlizer Field, live rosin. Oh man, shit, bro. You might take it past Neptune. You know what I mean? Shit, I think Ty Man, he was on that Neptune status. You're just amongst the stars, bro. Your goal was the moon, but heck, ultimately you just landed amongst the stars. See an alien up there, tell them to tune in, check in. We'd love to hear what the Intergalactic Federation and multi-species of alien beings have planned. I may or may not have bought into to some property in Mars years ago. Haven't did anything with it. I would tell you to stop by on Mars. You'd have you a free place to crash, but there's nothing to crash on. Never did anything with my 40 acres on Mars yet. Yeah, yeah. Tell Elon and share that Sean Dunn said hi. When you get to Mars, you'll get to mingle with all the other Martians. Oh man. Okay. What was it? Yeah, somebody did tell me to try the one of the Haagen-Dazs varieties. I never tried them, but yeah, people say that's still a pretty decent variety. Most of them, like anything, man, I look at the back and they lose me when it's just got so many ingredients. I'm like, I could understand some form of sustainability, but there should not be things in my ice cream that I cannot pronounce, even with my limited understanding and my limited Georgia, the state of vocabulary. You know what I mean? There should not be things in my ice cream that I cannot pronounce. You know, milk, sugar, a little natural flavoring. What do you do? Some cream. I'm not a very smart man, but I know what ice cream is. Oh, then I think like one of the last times I tried to buy some ice cream, it was my fault. I didn't even get to try it. Somehow it got. I thought I put it up, but there was like some stuff that just went in the cabinet, and I said, "The hell with it." I'll put it up later. And ended up the next morning, I got up and was putting the groceries away. I said, "Oh damn, I left this whole thing of ice cream out, and it's just completely melted." So I took the wrapper off and looked inside. I'm thinking, "Well, damn, that's." I already knew it was kind of like buying a. If you think air is free, just go buy a large bag of family-sized potato chips. You'll find out that air is not free. But yeah, that thing was probably like only a third maybe of ice cream, and I guess the other 2/3 was air. Once I broke that seal and took off that lid, the majority of the product just evaporated into the house. Smelled like nice butter pecan melted incense. Gave the kitchen a nice pecan floral aroma, but I didn't get to try it. I said, damn. I don't know. Of course, I can't confirm or deny any of this stuff. Anything would just be an opinion, a theoretical theory. I think a lot of that stuff is just projections. You know, projections of what could be, uh, to project a distraction, whatever it could be. Ultimately, I don't know, but yeah, I'm leaning more towards the line of fake. Fakeity fake fake. Fake news, fake news, ladies and gentlemen. It's fake news. I don't know. Maybe Trump was right about it. It was all fake news. But when they're all parroting the same thing over and over, it kind of seems that way. Kind of seems that way. Even if somebody doesn't call them out, still have the understanding or the curiosity or enough to know that, hey, man, this just don't sound right. This just don't sound right. There you go. I like it. The link is posted in chat. Join me. Tell me what's on your heart, your mind, or your dinner table, or lack of. Go ahead. Please do. Whether from this world or from another world. ET, phone home. Let's see here. Dang, the news and the WNBA, both fake. Dang, can't even enjoy a good WNBA anymore. Definitely don't watch a news story about it. That's double fake. Double fake. Oh, shoot, he's probably relaxing, chilling, recuperating. You know, I forgot what day that speech was on. Thursday. Oh yeah, unless something breaking or something super urgent happens. Yeah, he's probably taking it easy this weekend. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, I completely underestimated my hydration level, but bear with me, and I shall return momentarily. Ah, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I completely underestimated my proper hydration level for this evening's broadcast. You know what I mean? Figured I would have had it together. 75 in, still misjudging my hydration level, but I'm back by unpopular demand. Hmm. While you wait, you must hydrate. Bonnie's good to see you, Bonnie. Anybody else that might have came in when I left. Sometimes that's how it happens. I put myself on mute and I say be right back and everybody funnels in. They're like, oh man, what's happening? Having a complete nuclear meltdown in Watts World. Mm, yeah, I know. If you said it was worse than I think what they got last year, a little before this time, then yeah, no doubt. Because I was seeing videos and stuff about that for like weeks and months afterwards. So yeah, if you said it was a lot worse this go around, I could imagine the cleanup, the debris. I don't know if the areas got flooding and tornadoes. I imagine some areas probably might have got a little of both. I hope not, but who knows? Did a walkabout and fed the bees. Mooch cats. What are you feeding the bees? You know, what's on the bee diet? You go feed them a pollen popsicle. What are these bees snacking on? I must know. You know, I got to keep my bees fed when I get some. Huh. San Antonio had a tornado hit an apartment complex. Huh. Yeah, that's no bueno. That is no bueno. Depending on what language you speak. Yeah, I know we've had nothing super destructive, but oh, it's these new mass facilities they're putting up. These new mass appointment facilities. You just go in and you can make an appointment for anything. I mean, shoot, you name it. They got an appointment booking section there for you. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, really, but they've completely micromanaged everything down to the point where it's a completely entire appointment complex, you know. But we've had a few surges. There's been I guess to our standards, some level of flooding, but definitely no loss, no destruction yet. But the storms we've had over the last few weeks, or the last week, it's definitely been interesting. Oh yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I could imagine. Like a lot of places, it was like, either no rain or you just getting everything all at once, Wasn't no in between on those. It's just that pre super El Nino. Like the tag team champions, El Nino and El Nina. They don't need they don't need pollen now, so it's a sugar mixture doing the dearth. Not much nectar because most has already bloomed out. Huh. Gotcha. See, that's little things like that that I need to know. You know what I mean? It's the little things like that that's with the bees that I need to know. See, I'd have messed up. I'd have overfed them. I'd have thrown the whole system off. You know what I mean? They'd have forgot that they were even bees. They'd have just started self-identifying as carpenter bees or something. Well, I know the reports have been all over the place. They said Big Bertha was coming. Big Bertha was coming in full steam ahead. Watch out, bunker down, batten down the hatches. But I think the last report is Big Bertha went. Big Bertha is no longer a threat. You know, so hopefully Big Bertha doesn't become an issue. Huh. Yeah, I guess that does kind of make sense about the bees. Yeah, plants do their natural pollen or reproduction cycle. It does make sense. Most things have already pollened out. You still have certain plants, certain new growth and stuff that they're getting into. But yeah, especially down here in the south. Yeah, unless it's still producing direct fruit. Yeah, most of that stuff's done pollened out. Speaking of polling out, we got somebody in the backstage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who this is. It's Craig the Hunter.
Dude, good to see you. Hey, I just came to promote my new book. I wrote a new book. Why? I just wanted to do a selfish promotion on your show. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. We love self-promotion here. Let's do it.
Yeah, it's a great book. It's an armoire. Or what? No,
What's the title of the book?
Hey, it's me. Let me in. Let me in.
Nice. I like it. Like it. Gets people talking, gets them curious. Ultimately, it gets them in, gets you in.
Yeah, you should write one.
I think I might write a book one day.
Dude, you should. I mean, I imagine growing up in Georgia, you experienced some kooky, and you could put that to novel, So.
Yeah. I could put together like a conspiracy cookbook,
Yeah. By the way, love the show, Watt. Good job. I'm glad you're doing it because it's rough.
It is rough. It is rough.
It really is, dude. You took over and you're doing it, and I appreciate you for it.
I appreciate the people that tune in, I think most of them tune in because they really don't know what this is. They're trying to figure it out. But, I love them still the same.
What? We don't know where to go, so we just come here.
There you go. Tell everybody to come here. What's going on right now?
Yeah, just come here.
Come on, come on. But how you been? What's going on in your neck of the woods?
Just getting stuff done, doing great. Needed a break from YouTube. You will discover that soon.
Oh, no doubt.
If you need therapy sessions, Watt, I'll do it for free. Because I'll tell you right now, you're going to need therapy after this is all over.
Sometimes the therapist needs a therapist, That is true.
It is true, dude. What? Especially when you're dealing with this crowd here. You're going to find...
It's rough in the YouTube streets. You know what I mean? No, it's good. It's good you're taking time,
Be included, Watt. I'm one of them. One of them. Yeah, for sure.
No, I appreciate you. You've been around, you've been around these YouTube streets, different communities for a while now,
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. It's a rough road, Watt.
No, yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Even if we come to these different environments or these different settings or live streams, what good are we if we're not 100% or the best, the best of our abilities, So,
yeah.
If anybody's got to take any time off, to think about whatever it is, or just, the heat this time of the year, it gets a lot of people thinking about things, You got to step back before you lose your mind.
Dude, it is so hot here. It is unreal. The heat, but the humidity too. So, but I guess it's hot everywhere. So, what do you do?
Indy, got all type of legends showing up in chat.
Oh, Indy, good to see you. Hey, what are your temps in Georgia right now? You got to be hot as hell.
Compared to like last weekend at this time, no doubt. It's about a 20-degree shift. Last weekend, the temperatures was low. I think by this time now, we was already feeling like 75. But now, without even looking at my thermometer or anything, I'm pretty sure it probably still feels like in the 90s.
And your humidity is out there.
Oh, humidity is almost at 100%.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I think like right now, the humidity, I think the meter says about 93% humidity.
Like my bro lives in Utah, and he only has 12% humidity. I don't give a shit.
Couldn't imagine that. That's,
It could be 90 degrees. I don't care. That's beautiful. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like when you walk.
A few times I went out west, it was during the summertime, so it was like 80s, 90s, but it didn't feel like an 80 or 90 in on Louisiana or on Georgia, no doubt.
Dude, I had to change shirts 4 times every day this week.
Oh, you ain't alone. You are not alone.
Because of the sweat, yeah.
Only you can prevent swamp ass. Only you can do that.
Well, no, that was Roland. That was in hardcore full form. I just changed the shirt. But the was totally in full effect. Yeah. Nothing you can do about that, Watt. Just shower. That's all you
My
can
shirt,
do.
my shirt gets saturated or my socks get saturated. That's it. I got to back up and regroup. You know.
I can imagine. You're like a Sasquatch. You're all covered with
No,
hair.
dude. I'm not spewing out sweat like a fire hydrant, dude. It's like a cartoon standing around me, dude. Even if you ain't sweating, dude, you're getting a little mist.
I mean, why? You don't even need to wear a shirt. You look like you're already wearing a sweater.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Sometimes, well, a lot of times, like this time of the year, I'll have on like those real thin, like I don't know what type of shirt you call them, but they're long sleeve, but they're thin, you know.
Wick.
But
Yeah,
wicking, yeah, it kind of wicks it away, kind of cooling effect somewhat. Then it keeps some of the rays or whatever off of you. They say
like a fishing shirt. That's
yeah,
they're dry wick.
no doubt.
That's good, dude. Stay hydrated, Watt, for sure.
Oh, no doubt.
All right.
Think about it.
Hey, what other bozos are in the chat? Let's talk on people.
All type of legends.
Yeah, who's out there?
You got the Indies, you got the Carls, you got the GGs, you got the B Charmans, you got the Wild Dragons.
What is Camo there and Wild Dragon?
Camo's down there. He's camouflaged. You can't see him.
Dude, I have
one of the many things of being camouflaged. You got the Anthony Christ. There's so many legends down there. Don't get lost in it though.
Anthony, good to see you. I had to stop watching Wild Dragon because I was having bad dreams. What?
What were the dreams about?
Demonic dreams. What?
What makes you think they were demonic? What happened?
I don't know. I think it's subliminal messages on that guy's channel. Now we're just kidding, Wild Dragon. We love you, buddy. Long on.
No, just take your shoes off, lie back on the couch. Let's just talk about it. You know, let's get down to it.
Watt, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You've been in there before, way back, and it was like an experience. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, no doubt. I've been in some places that would probably make a lot of people just completely seize up and cringe up out of their mind. No doubt.
Dude, one night, me and Watt were at Wild Dragons. This was like probably a good couple of years ago. And we were like, what is going on in here?
Now, give you the full experience. You know, it's a ride. You know, it's just a full experience, a full immersive experience.
I had to hold on. Yeah.
Kind of similar to here, but this is like a existential crisis experience. You know, it's like a reverse exorcism here. This is just welcome to the asylum.
No, but dude, you're doing good. Just keep doing it. You're going to grow in numbers for sure. So we all need a place to go, Watt.
There you go. You can come. I may not know your name. It may not be like Cheers, you know, but eventually maybe I'll learn your name, but you can still come here. You know?
Well, you called it the asylum, so it's going to attract a certain crowd, Watt.
It's almost midnight here on the East Coast. You know, I think officially by now all the asylum doors have been opened. All Jello cups and pudding cups have been proportionally dispersed throughout the asylum. So, you know,
Chief, that's all we need is a big Indian. That'd be great.
Yeah, that's coming. Who knows? Who knows what next season may bring?
All right, Watt, I got to go to bed. The old lady's
get the hell out of here, man. Go get you some rest, man. You got a big day tomorrow.
You're doing a great job. Keep doing it. And if you need any like mental health assistance, just call me.
I feel like I may be needing your assistance in the near future. So don't go too far straight. You know what I mean? Don't book up anything, you know, in the next 5 to 6 months.
This crowd will drive you crazy. I'm telling you. Just call me whenever, buddy. I'm always here for you.
We're gonna get together before Christmas, probably before the holidays, you know.
That would be great. I would love that.
We could have an understanding, you know.
We can make turkey. Cook turkey. All right, love you, buddy. Keep doing what you're doing.
No doubt.
Rock on, bro. All right, man.
All right, get out of here before we lock the doors. At a certain point, we lock the doors. You know, you can get in, you can't leave.
Lock it.
Oh, we almost got him. Forgot to lock the back sliding glass door. It's too quick. He's too quick and agile, that Craig, you know? It's hard to catch him. Oh, no doubt. It's definitely an interesting experience. Here goes another intergalactic space chopper. But no doubt. Never a dull moment. Never a dull moment. Yeah, I don't even need to look at the radar. I already know it's gonna be smoking. It's gonna be smoking again tomorrow. Another smoke fest. Not a Canadian smoke fest or a 420 smoke fest, but you wake up in the morning and you think it's foggy out. Nah, that ain't fog. That's just steam. Uh, it's like you're standing in front of a highly productive buffet line. You know, everything's just steaming. It's a little confusing. You may think it's just massive waves of fog, but nah. It's just that early morning steam wave. I don't know. Might get back out and about tomorrow. I don't know. May just stay in and enjoy the inside and the nothingness. Yeah, ever since I had my buddy tune up my air conditioning and get everything topped off, yeah, it's been blowing like a champ. I said, man, that's all it needed the whole time was a little tune up. Never done any HVAC. I mean, I got I guess, the general understanding, the general knowledge of it, but 10 times out of 10, I'll get power to it and I'll leave the rest up to the HVAC guy. Unless it's like a smaller AC units, like those split units or those wall mount units. There ain't really much to them. Most people can. Well, I say most people, but if you have general knowledge of any of that type of stuff, it's pretty something a handyman could definitely do. There ain't much to those things. Hardest thing may be there may not be a power plug or power source for it. You know, you may have to run a dedicated line to it. But even if you had to do that, that'd be the hardest thing about those little small mini split units, or even like the ones you see, I don't know, commercials or whatnot, the Dr. Cools or whatever those type of units. Yeah, most of them is fairly simple. If you can mount a TV up on the wall with the bracket and the TV, then you can do that. That is pretty much about like the same thing. Come on, man. Just not cooking the suppers? Mm, shoot. Out and about at the flea market, at the market today, shoot, I ate me an early supper. Stuck with me though, I'm good. I am good. Good till I feel a snack urge come on. Who knows? 12 o'clock hour hits. You never know. Just get those late night cravings. Yeah. So much for the zero carbon, you know, just flew straight out the windows. Dang bushfires. You know, we made it 9 whole days without a carbon emission backfire, you know. Those pesky bushfires. Uh oh. Uh oh. Doing some trial and error. Seems what it seems to be for the most part, you know. I don't know the exact trial and error ratio. It's a little bit of both. Yeah, what's cooking over there? We're getting a little peakish over here. We want to know. We want to know what's on the menu. You have a blessed night, Gigi. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Hope you have a blessed night and a blessed Sunday. Bonnie's probably cooking up a quarter of a cow shoulder right now. She got a cow shoulder in the slow cooker. What type of oil? Where does oil come from? Just depends on what type of oil it is. I don't know. Need more details, Cheryl. Need to know these things. Okay. There you go. Something simple, something light, Just a little pasta and some protein. Oh, fossil fuels. I don't know. Just maybe the different breakdown of different things in the soil over time. I don't necessarily believe it all just came from like dinosaurs, but I mean just the overall breakdown of what may be organic materials. Um, you know, things that contain carbon, things like that. Maybe just over time, things like that break down and could form something like that. The complete science of it, I'm not exactly sure. I don't really believe it's fossils or all decomposed dinosaurs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I don't believe that necessarily. I think even the term fossil fuel itself, I think that originated like during the Industrial Revolution times. I think that was coined and put out there by people like the Rockefellers and the J.P. Morgans and stuff during that time as kind of a way to seize over and monopolize certain corporations. You look through different times, and you had different companies, and when some of those companies got bought out or merged with other companies, I think the term fossil fuels came about during the Industrial Revolution here in America. Yeah, no doubt. That would have had to have been a ton of T Rexes. I don't know. I always kind of stand back and kind of take a different view from anything that may be pushed like mainstream. And I think like dinosaurs or the idea of dinosaurs has always been kind of pushed, I guess, mainstream for some time. I mean, heck, I even grew up as a kid during what was those movies, the Land Before Time series, and they had that one series like in the 90s. What was it? It was like the TV show, almost like Roseanne or like a family show, but it was dinosaurs. I think it was called Dinosaurs. Different things that they would push. Of course, I wasn't there. I don't know whatever creatures, but I don't think it was necessarily like dinosaurs as they push. It might have been something else. Maybe push a different thing, a different creature, steer away from something that might have existed. Who knows? Maybe something like a dragon or something, whatever they considered a dragon to be. Or even the existence of some type of reptilian or serpent creature. I mean, it's always been around. I mean, it's even in the Bible. What do they associate the devil with? The snake, the snake in the Garden of Eden, allegedly. Different reptilian or different presence. Whether it be a dinosaur, a dragon. But you look in different cultures or different things like that. They always have different images and different depictions that kind of look like what they tell us or what could be considered a dragon. Different parts of Asia, different what is it, crests. You see different countries' crests or different countries' flags that have like the images of a dragon in it. I think there's even one country, I can't remember this, but it's got this picture of like this knight holding a sword, like he's like slaying the dragon, and that's their country's flag. I forget which country it is, but nah, or even like they go as far as, the rumor or the stories of some type of reptilian uh, community or some type of reptilian hierarchy that it could be or could not be pulling shots behind the scenes. There's always been that theory or that conspiracy theory, however it stemmed. I think it's me personally. I think it probably could have stemmed off from just the basic breakdown of maybe the reptilian spirit, or just how certain people see like the serpent, or the devil's depiction of the serpent in the Garden of Eden. But they definitely tried to push that narrative. So I think anything that they would kind of push mainstream would kind of detract or to take away from something that could have really happened or could have really been. Of course, ultimately, anything is just uh, like those crazy guys on Ancient Aliens. It's just a theoretical theory. I think even if you go into uh, even your bigger institutions or your museums, most of them, they'll have like these things that look like dinosaur bones, but they'll tell you it's just it's not the real thing. They might have found like two bones that they think came from this dinosaur, this creature, and they did this whole rendering or recreation or AI model of what this creature might have been. I forget the exact terminology that they use, but yeah, if you ever gone to one of those museums or place like that where they have those alleged giant dinosaur skeletons, they have something, letting you know, hey, this is not real dinosaur bones. This is just like a artistic recreation. But I mean, just all the different creatures that they have allegedly said have gone extinct or no longer exist, or to wherever we come from the Great Flood with the animals on the boat till now. Who's to say what's come and gone since then, or still around? They'll say something is extinct or doesn't exist in certain areas, but I've seen that to be false. Like they say, bears and wolves no longer exist around here, but people keep seeing bears and these things that look like wolves. So you know what I mean? It's just because someone says a thing doesn't always mean it's true. Anywhere, even here. Nothing else. Just take anything I say as pure entertainment. Until it's proven otherwise. But yeah, I mean, there's what we consider modern day dragons. I mean, those type of stories have been around as well. So who knows? I can't. Probably been about as many movies featuring dragons as there has been with dinosaurs. Maybe not as many, but there's still that reference. So who knows? It could go either way. Definitely could go either way. Yeah, when they show like uh, these different breakdowns of how these creatures here looked uh, centuries ago or thousands of years ago, different structure, and more times than not, most of these creatures have gotten smaller. They show like a horse from 1,500 years ago, and this thing was the size of a medium elephant, or just everything seemed to be oversized. And versus now, it's just everything they show you shrunken down, smaller. It's just if that is how it happened, if that is how it happened, and what happened to make everything get so small? Was it the humanoids? What happened? Did the humans get small? Did we get smaller as well? Who knows? They have these stories of these giants, these giant creatures. Makes me wonder. If humans were larger, or maybe we were the same size. Maybe our brain capacity just got smaller. We got to keep the same bodies, but our brain space got a little smaller. I'm not sure about the specific quotation, but there could be a reference There could be something that they could definitely possibly line up to something like that, no doubt. The dragon or the serpent, you know, somebody kind of says a giant serpent kind of slithering around, living in fire and breathing in fire. It kind of sounds dragon-esque, you know. Not to offend any ice or water dragons out there, you know. Oh, no doubt. To what level the suppression has gone into, you know, I don't think we'll ever fully understand, but it's definitely across the board. You know, no religions, no cultures, no communities, or whatever it may be, are immune to it. You know, it's like that commercial. What was that commercial back in the day? Reach out and touch somebody. I don't know if it was AT&T or somebody. They say, reach out and touch somebody. I always just think that was funny as a kid. Like, reach out and touch somebody on a phone commercial. You know, it just sounded kind of odd. Reach out and touch somebody. I think there could be some type of reference. I think maybe in the Revelation, maybe about a seven-headed beast or something like that. Who knows? I always think about different references, you know, like if they said a seven-headed beast, you know, I would think about, well, we got seven continents, you know. I guess like anything, I go with the path of least resistance and then work up, you know. I know a lot of times I think we could like overcomplicate it and go to the totally other end and work our way back. And it was maybe right where we started to begin with the whole time. Not always, doesn't always work that way, but sometimes they do have a way of working out like that. Chickens survived the dinosaur age by hiding in trees. There you go. It's definitely news you could lose, ladies and gentlemen. You would not be barbecuing your favorite poultry delicacy right now if they wouldn't have just hid out and played possum in the tree. Could be seven churches, seven heads of the world, seven continents, you know. A seven-headed beast. It kind of sounds like a new world order, a new world governance, you know, a seven-headed beast. Now, I'm not saying anything is either of the sort, you know, I'm just spitballing ideas, you know, but I don't know. Damn, well, see, the Catholic maybe ain't so bad. You only get three heads in Catholic, you know. In the other ones, you get seven heads. So maybe the Catholics was on to something. It's like, we can't give them too many heads. No, no, no. Special K, good to see you. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. It's been a while. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Yeah, imagine they probably taste like a fatty quail, you know. Just got to stay away from them city pigeons. City pigeons are like city rats. They just get into everything, you know. Stay away from the city pigeons at all costs. That's it. 369. It's in everything around you, even in the nothingness. There's still vibration, sound, and energy, you know. Even in the nothingness and dead silent. It's just, it's fascinating. Oh yeah, you just imagine a 10-foot tall dodo bird, you know, just charging at you, Cheryl. What are you going to do when a 10-foot tall dodo bird comes to knocking? What are you going to do? Can't call Ghostbusters. Heck no. You think you're just going to ride it like an ostrich? That's why we don't have the dodos anymore. It was just out randomly attacking the meemaws. We couldn't have that. Got to keep the meemaws safe. Okay, yeah. Yeah, more greasy than fatty, yeah. The greasy fatty type. I've eaten a lot of quail. Quail are pretty good, you know, but it's a lot smaller than a chicken. So I mean, if you got a pretty decent appetite, you can consume quite a few quail. Quails are just like extended chicken wings, you know. They're like a more complex chicken wing. You can polish off a few of them, no doubt. Quail is, yeah, it's like doing a Rubik's Cube chicken wing, you know. You should figure it out. It's a beautiful thing. Foie gras is deceased duck liver, but it sells for over $30 a pound. Huh. Hopefully it's deceased, you know. You wouldn't want any living ducks, you know. I don't know. I think they might need their liver. So yeah, it would definitely have to be a deceased duck to get a proper foie gras. Yeah, $30 a pound. Imagine how many duck livers you would have to get to equal a pound. I don't even want to do that math. I hate I even crossed my spectrum. It's a lot of livers. Things can't be but maybe a couple ounces at best a piece. Okay, okay. It's a grower. It's a grower, not a shower, ladies and gentlemen. Now you know. Now you know why it's $30 a pound, because duck livers are growers, not showers. You always get your money's worth. Nice to hear. I appreciate that. I love it. Hell, now I'm not mad. Now I'm not mad. Now I want to go out and get some foie gras tomorrow. You know, who knows? Yeah, that's the thing. That's how you know you're living in a GMO matrix when everything else tastes like chicken, but chicken no longer tastes like chicken. You know, how the hell did that even happen? Everything else started tasting like chicken, and chicken lost its taste. Imagine that. Imagine that. Where's it at? Navy vet. Where's Navy vet in the chat? How'd he slip in here? Good to see you, sir. May double down and double up, you know. Who else we got in here? K9 Man, you right on time for this evening. Saturday shenanigans safety / non-union meeting. You know, any questions, comments, concerns? Feel free, bring them up, address them, hashtag them, question mark them, smoke them if you got them, bum them if you don't. Definitely welcome in. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. You take chicken, for example. Maybe they couldn't figure out what to make chicken taste like, which is why chicken tastes like everything. The Matrix. I think that was a thing from the Matrix. Dang, you got me with a Matrixology. I like it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They couldn't figure out what to make it taste like. You know, that's it. That's it. Just blowing smoke in America, ladies and gentlemen. Just blowing a little smoke in America. Doing our part to help onset or offset this carbon emission crisis, you know. Still Saturday. I still think you can blow a little more smoke. I would say it's not a requirement, but it's definitely a plus, you know. Where would you be without the nana pudding? You know, where would you be without the nana pudding or grandma's homemade pound cakes? You know, you got to have a little something sweet to go with your afternoon Sunday treats. You know, it's not a necessity, but if you address the sweet consumption fix, then that is a bonus in my book. You know. All right, we done pissed off the Australians. Damn. Just when we built up our reputation and our camaraderie with the Australians, you know. Hey, done pissed off the Aussies. Sorry, Cheryl, bring it back. No ducks were harmed in the filming of this broadcast, not to my acknowledgement. They're eating the ducks. They're eating the geese. They're eating the swans. The majestic, beautiful swans. I don't know. I've probably eaten some weird stuff in my life, but yeah, I'd have to be pretty starving the heart up to eat a swan. You know? I don't know. Maybe it's legal in France, you know? Vive la France. France got the boot earlier. I think England gave them another loss. England knocked France out the mix and took third place in the FIFA. Yeah, don't be eyeballing the swans now. Anything past 30 seconds, that's just an immediate offense. That's illicit viewing of the birds. All right, we've rectified. We've got a new peace treaty drawn up. The state of Georgia and Australia have reached an intercontinental agreement. I appreciate that. We're all good right now. We're good. We're good. I don't know. Me personally, I think Cher could be from Mars. Maybe Mars or Venus. Could be. Yeah, I've been there. I went through a part of my life where some of my life choices was based after Billy Madison quotes. No doubt. I can see that. Kind of ping pong back and forth from Billy Madison to Big Daddy or Big Dad, whatever the movie was, you know, where the kid just got dropped off on the doorstep, and it was the best of times and the worst of times. Oh, shit, Bonnie's. What's going on here? Bonnie's just self-identifying as a duck. What's happening here? Just great. Thought we had Bonnie on the good side. Now she's just identifying as a duck. Come back, Bonnie. Don't go into the light, Bonnie. I think that can be arranged, you know. Hopefully nobody's lactose intolerant. All ingredients, all condiments are fully lactose infused, so who knows? Oh, man. Dang. See, Bunny, you took the meaning of playing duck, duck, goose way too far, you know? You're supposed to run around like a duck, not identify as one. You know? The old duck, duck, goose game. I think they banned that. I don't even think you can play that in the recess in America no more. Yeah, duck, duck, goose, red rover, red rover. Yeah, all of those type of things got completely dismantled. Field day, recess. Shoot, I remember coming up in the 90s, we still had like the best and the worst like recess equipment, you know, the stuff that just lasted for like 5 generations, you know, or however many generations, and it still was there, but it was just like, oh, it could have been a death trap, especially when it was hot. Everything was metal. Oh man, they knew what they was doing. They definitely knew. Just send them out there to the blister pack factory. I don't know. It's all alleged. It's all alleged. You know, that's all we can say is it's all alleged. But yeah, I don't know. Too controversial. Too controversial. Kids just running around, you know, duck, duck, goosing, running around in circles, waving their hands in the air like they just don't care. Can't have that. You got to have some order, some level of understanding. You know, we can't be playing duck, duck, goose, running around in a circle. We got to keep you in the box. Can't be thinking outside of the box. You know, stay inside the box, safe. Uh, you'll be secure. There's no threats to democracy inside the box. Just stay there. Someone will eventually come and check on you momentarily. Just stand by. Do not attempt to adjust your television, radio, mobile. We've completely got you synchronized and tuned in to every radio wave from here to Mars. Yeah. All those people that's out there trying to put the square in the round hole, you know. You can put the circle in the square hole, but you can't put the square in the circle hole. You know, there's a reason for that. Oh man. I think it's the solar flares. The solar flares did it, you know. It was in too much of a drought during the lunar event to really cause too much lunacy. They just went full spectrum, full steam ahead on the artificial sun project. Oh man. That's a smart decision. I wouldn't recommend anyone eat, feast, victual, or do any type of mass consumption while watching this broadcast. You know, we have been known to increase appetites and completely turn people away from even thinking about eating. So yeah, that was a wise choice, Miss Metal. What was you eating on? I know it was something good. You probably had a fresh batch of dino ribs. Fresh pan of dino ribs, some mac and cheese, some collard greens, some shoe, some barbecued baby back baked beans. Oh man, there you go. We've increased our social credit status to a 50. Nice. Decent. It's the artificial sun, you know. We can't put that on the real sun. You just got to blame it on the artificial sun. We got an artificial sun we can blame it on now. Oh, that's like I was at the grocery store getting some groceries earlier, and I was just walking down the aisle where they got all the different canned goods and stuff, and I was just looking through the different baked beans, and they had like 40 different options of baked beans. I'm thinking, man, I guess because I don't hardly ever buy this stuff, I don't pay much no attention. When I was just scanning through there, I mean, it was some wild flavors of baked beans, and then they had one that was dill pickled flavored baked beans. And I said, who the heck was just sitting around and thinking, man, you know what would really take these taste good if they just tasted like a jar of pickles? You know, if my baked beans tasted like a jar of pickles, somebody thought that up and they just said, hell, that's a winner. Why haven't we thought of this before now? Dill pickled flavored baked beans. I don't know. That's like too much and not enough all at one time. You know, I started to sit there and just wait a little while to see if I could get somebody. If somebody would just happen to buy one of these things. I wanted to see what the person looked like that was getting the dill pickled enhanced baked beans. Oh yeah, they got it. They got a whole dessert section of baked beans. Yeah, apple pie baked beans, Rocky Road baked beans, Moose Tracks baked beans, baked beans and s'mores. You know, you can bake and grill your beans and your s'mores at the same time. Yeah, it's part of their dessert line, the summer dessert series of baked beans. No doubt. So I guess it's you know, true what they say. Beans don't burn on the grill. You know, now they can. Now they can. Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Whatever that homemade concoction is, Yeah, I know. I kind of started making myself hungry till I remember they had the dessert summer series of baked beans. Yeah, no doubt. Thought Boston had a weird bean. Shoot, no. Get your apple pie a la mode baked bean with extra mode. Now with 50% less bean and 50% more a la mode. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, I could imagine. I mean, it's definitely for a certain, imagine people like it. There's people, I mean, they love everything pickle flavored. They go way beyond just eating a pickle. They like pickle infused everything, so there's a market for it. Just don't know how lucrative it can be. Yeah. Uh, yeah, just make you a fried pick hole, Just get you a couple pick holes and fry them up. Have you some fried pick holes with your pickled flavored baked beans. Nice. Cheryl may be anti brown sugar. Maybe she just went on the record. I think she just went on the record as being anti brown sugar. Maybe they haven't got it out there on the West Coast yet. They don't know about they don't know about it yet. But would you consume the dill pickled flavored baked beans? Though that is the question, buddy. Are you really that dill? Oh, no doubt. Yeah, yeah. I made some homemade fried pickles before. I had them a couple times out at different places, and ultimately they were halfway decent. They were edible, but I'm like, nah, I definitely could make these at home for nothing. They've got to taste better, and ultimately they were. But nah, what's good is you get those spicy, like the spicy pickles, and slice them up and fry those. Now that's good. If you like spicy, which to me they're not like take your breath away hot. It's like just enough heat to just. But yeah, that's when you want to catch a little extra autism or unleash the fat kid in you. Yeah, yeah, I thought about that too. The spears, yeah, that might be too much. Because even the slices, you ain't got to fry them long. But yeah, the deals, the spears, yeah, that might be too much. Just yeah, no doubt. Stay away from the deep fried spears unless that's your thing. Unless that's where you get your kicks. There you go. Dang. Wish I'd have got me a cake at the store now. That sounds pretty good right about now. Oh man, definitely. If I could have found a decent cake and a decent ice cream, I definitely would have got it. Didn't see any in the peripheral. Oh yeah. All right. I think we got past the point of the horrible baked beans. I think I'm starting to get my appetite again back. It's after 12, I'm getting that snack feeling. There you go. In my mind, that sounds good. In my mind, that would probably work. No doubt. how we do it in the South, you know. We'll eat it. We'll think of a way to enhance it. We'll batter it, smother it, cover it, deep fry it. Just, you know, completely reinvent the wheel. Or like, what is it? Like they have at the Japanese restaurant, like the tempura vegetables, where they take the different vegetables and fry them in a tempura batter, which I seem like that's kind of contradiction in itself. You know, let's deep fry some vegetables, but I ain't gonna lie, it's a pretty good product. They do a pretty good thing over there in Japan. I like it. I like it. It's hard to, but we still see these people. You know, we still see these 2% of people that, you know, it's hard to, but that 2% of people that mess it up are also the same people that have a horrible time boiling water. You know, they've been waiting for the pot to start boiling for 30 minutes before they realize that I ain't even on. You know, bingo, there's your sign. You never even had the lights on. Somebody was home, but there were no lights on. Yeah, the whole time you thought it was the water. Thinking, man, got some real hard water. It's taking forever for this water to boil. We 30 minutes in and we ain't got nothing. You big dummy. You big dummy. Nah, I'm pretty sure you can manage better than that. I'm pretty sure you progressed past the stage of proper water boiling, you know? Dang. Throwing pasta against the wall and it's putting a hole in the wall. Yeah, something definitely went wrong, you know? It's supposed to stick. It's not supposed to become a permanent fixation or piece of the wall, you know? At that point, you're just remodeling or creating pasta art, you know? You're having flashbacks when you was in the first grade making spaghetti and noodle necklaces and stuff to take home, you know? Just want to take it back to a simpler time when all we was doing was just finger painting and pasta playing. What's Johnny got going on? Johnny, who the heck are these people that's deep frying popcorn? Please let me know so I can send them a friend invite just so I can cancel it and delete them as a friend. You know, I'm gonna send them a friend invite just so I can unfriend them. But as crazy as that sounds, that'll probably be the next big thing. You know, at this year's fair down in Alabama somewhere, some guy will be selling deep fried popcorn balls. You know, that's what I tell you. The Carney foodologists, they're already on it, man. They're gonna be selling deep fried popcorn balls. You know, like they just really invented and gave you something new. Oh yeah, he's talking about like the popcorn, the horrible popcorn. You used to get it like Christmas. It had the regular popcorn, the caramel popcorn, and the cheese popcorn. You know, they were kind of suspect. You know, I think I might have had a bad batch. It ultimately turned me away from the popcorn game. Oh yeah, no doubt. The Carnies will survive. Shit, you think about all the stuff they go through, man. Them people are still around. Them people is putting together 50 tons of fair equipment with a 10 millimeter socket. You know what I mean? They ain't got but three tools putting everything together. You got three tools you can completely orchestrate and take down the whole fair game. It's just how they work. See, I did too. But I think it was the caramel. I think I ate too much caramel or caramel, whatever you call it, as a kid, and it just completely backfired. I can't. Something's got caramel on it. I'm like, nope, I ain't even gonna waste my time. I'm gonna have a PTSD moment, you know. But yeah, the cheese wasn't too bad. I don't know about now. I hadn't shoot. I ain't ate popcorn in forever. Well, that was like probably one of the only. When I was in high school, we had vending machines, and they had like different chips, different snacks. But really, about the only go-to that you could really trust to me was the whatever it was, the white cheddar popcorn. Yeah, I get a bag of that, and it wasn't too bad then. I think it's all 3D printed now. They forgot the recipe for popcorn, so they just said the hell with it. We just 3D printing it. I think they expanded the 3D meat printing facility. Now they got a fully functional, fully operating popcorn facility. You know, they're printing out popcorns faster than you can even think about it. Make Orville Redenbacher blush. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Oh yeah, the tins. Oh yeah. You know, telling how many of those things I got stacked around, or like those cookie like those cookie tins you used to get like for Christmas or somewhere. And then you like go over to your grandma's house, you're like, oh hell yeah, I done found the cookie stash, and you open it up and it's just like a bunch of sewing equipment and like bobby pins. You're like, damn. You know, I think somebody's grandma everywhere had those like cookie tins just sitting around with other stuff in them. By the time you could acknowledge the cookie tin, it no longer contained cookies. You know, it was everything else in life. Yeah, those things would last generations. The popcorn tins and the cookie tins. Yeah, hell. Uh-oh, there went my Wi-Fi. Mic check, 1, 2. Wi-Fi down. I repeat, Wi-Fi down. We're at DEF CON 33. Wi-Fi is down, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that weird how your Wi-Fi goes off and then all of a sudden notifications? And shouldn't I get more notifications? All right, here comes the Wi-Fi again. Now we're playing the Wi-Fi game. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not attempt to adjust your television or broadcast. Maybe I'm back. Maybe I'm in Tybee Island. Who knows? All right, I guess I'm back. But damn, hate when that happens. I lost what little bit of train of thought I did have, you know? Hell, all I had left on the train was the caboose. You lose the caboose, what are you doing? See what I'm saying? The cookie tins, bro. It's just withstand the test of time. Oh, she got that good Wi-Fi. See, yours is different. Your Wi-Fi spins backwards. I think that's what ultimately gives you the ability to do more G's, you know, how you're able to reach the G in Georgia, you know? Maybe we need to spin ours backwards. Good. Wouldn't be a broadcast without a little glitchy glitch, you know? I don't think there's a day that goes by that I don't have some type of a thought or ponderance or just a few minutes of thought on that. Just like on certain things, like I remember something. It don't really mean nothing, I guess, to the bigger picture unless it was something. But I remember one day I was driving and I seen this guy. And I mean, I acknowledged him, you know, for my peripheral vision. But the only way that really made me acknowledge him was his what he had on. He had on like these bright red shorts and like this bright yellow hoodie. I'm thinking, man, can't help but see this guy. You know, you could see him walking at night. But I seen him, acknowledged him. Then I go down like a couple miles, and man, here's this same guy with these bright red shorts on, this bright red hoodie. But instead of this time, he wasn't on the opposite side of the road walking the way I was going. He was on the side of the road that I was, and he was walking towards me. And I'm thinking, no, there ain't no way in hell I'm tripping. You know, there's no way that there's just two identical people walking in the same path to meet up. Just got on the same identical bright yellow hoodie and bright red shorts. You know, I don't know. Maybe that might have been a glitch in the matrix, or I don't know. I've seen a lot of different things like that, if you consider that like Matrix worthy, but yeah. Or even I can't really blame it on the Matrix, the movie, you know, like a Mandela effect or like a movie. I can't really blame it like on the Matrix effect because it was kind of around that time when the Matrix came out in 1999 that I think the Matrix came out in 1999, the first one. But it was kind of around that time, just thinking about different things, what limited views I saw with no cable, no internet coming up in the country in the 90s. I was able to think about and just reading different books, thinking about stuff that my grandpa was telling me or my grandma was telling me, different events that might have been happening around that time. And then boom, here comes Y2K. Boom, here comes everything else. So I don't even know where I was going with that particular thing, but yeah, that just happened, ladies and gentlemen. It's a golden moment. Speaking of a golden moment, Golden Side, welcome in. Appreciate you tuning in, checking in. But nah, I might have been tripping, but I wasn't tripping balls. Nah, that was weird. And it was just, I don't know, it was just so specific. Like I can't really remember nothing about the character, but it's just those. I mean, it just probably wouldn't even really would have happened if it would have just been like, I guess, normal stuff. But it just seemed kind of odd, like it was sticking out. The bright red shorts and the bright yellow hoodie. Who knows? Maybe I was tripping balls that day. Maybe I was tripping Glenny balls. Or maybe if it's like, who knows? You know, maybe like little like deja vu moments or whatever we consider like a deja vu or like a dream or like a moment like, hey, we've like, feels like I've been here at this moment before. Or this person I'm speaking to, we feel like so familiar, so connected, but I feel like we've met before, but I feel like we haven't met before, you know? So I don't know. I could talk about these randomnicities probably forever. Uh-oh. We got our next unsuspected contestant. Let's see who we got back here. We got Bonnie's, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome up. Let's welcome up Bonnie's. See if I can do the thing. There we go. Welcome to the Matrix, Bonnie.
Thank you. Computer's not working. We'll see what happens with the phone.
So far, so good. You seem to be uploaded to the Matrix properly, successfully. You know?
Hello.
No glitches so far.
That's why I haven't been doing lives, because it's like, I don't know what is going on. And it's something, no, it's not just StreamYard, because I can click on a tab and nothing but brown, like nothing there. And so I've been working on it, clearing out, turning on stuff. Try again tomorrow. I might just do a reset.
Yeah, let's just do a reset. We're just not going to do another 2026 again, you know. It's been a fun ride, you know. It's been a fast ride, you know. I think it's been the fastest year so far, but yeah. Let's just get through the holidays. Let's just get through Christmas, you know. We'll just start talking like politicians. If we could just get through the summer session, if we could just get through the holidays and the new year. You know, 2027. 2027 is upon us, Bonnie. It'll be here before you know it.
Yeah.
Anarchy, good to see you, sir. Hope all is well. Yeah, who knows? I know a lot of different people have been reporting certain like internet issues, whatever it may be happening. Uh, I think there's definitely different things that's going on. Behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, different things going on with the internet. But I think that ultimately this time of year, it probably has some type of drain on it. If we could acknowledge it drains like the power system, as far as that, I think like the overall data grid and data system could have some type of drain or lag. Uh,
True.
More people being home, especially like kids or anybody that's K through 12. If they're home from summer break, they got a phone or a tablet or a game, or even if not, they got a phone or something at least. More data, more home data being consumed. I think that definitely has a play. I don't know what the numbers are, but I think the heat would definitely affect something like that.
Yes, the heat and well, with all the flooding, I don't know. I don't know if that's messing with because the internet seems fine, but like my phone, I'm surprised I'm able to use it right now because there's not one bar on it.
It's one of the things that may or may not happen around here. We increase the bars, the good ones and the bad. Got a few extra D's. There's a realization moment. In 4 more years, if you were born in 1980, you were going to be 50 years old. Half of a century. Bam.
Right? And how sad that Johnny's never tried fried ice cream.
Who the heck eating fried ice cream? What the heck is even that, Bunny? How do you just come in here and slide that in here like, fried
It's a
ice cream? What's
thing.
that?
It's a thing. It's
Where are they doing this at? Who can vouch for the fried ice cream?
B. I see her. See?
I can't acknowledge that comment. I'm having internet issues, Bunny. No, I might have heard of it, but yeah. No, I ain't even tried that fat kid. I ain't even tried that fat kid analogy. Fried ice cream.
I
Is that where
haven't
they bring
tried
it
it.
out and the ice cream's on fire?
I don't know how they do it, but I because I've never tried it, but I know I've seen it where they have signs fried ice cream.
I need to stop going to places that sell chicken nugget. I got to extend my menu. Got to find these places that have the flaming ice cream. Might be a fan of it. Who knows? Maybe I just deprived myself all these years, Bunny.
Yeah, and I could see sweet potato pie fried.
Who's saying that? Who said that?
Johnny, the one that likes to argue.
All right, that might sound reasonable, Johnny. That might be the second most reasonable thing you said this evening. It's debatable. It's debatable. You know, I've had
Um,
fried cheesecake bites. They weren't too bad. So, you know, some deep fried artisan sweet potato bites. Somebody will buy that.
I've made fried Oreos. They're
Yeah,
pretty
I'll
good.
admit I had tried that before.
Now, Kim says Chinese restaurants sell it. Bit overrated.
It's a bit overrated. Don't buy into the hype. You know, don't buy into the hype.
CB knows. She's with it.
There you go.
That's why she's
I
the
started a
queen
new
bee.
thing. That's right, though. We need more deep fried dessert delicacies. We don't have enough of those. We need more.
I agree. They're
Guess
gonna
guess they're at an
come up
all
with
time.
they're gonna come up with everything you can think of. What if this was fun?
What about deep fried macaroni and cheese balls? Oh, they got them, Cheryl. They got them, Cheryl. If you can form it into a ball and you can fry it, they got it. They got it. There's a lady out at the there's a lady that sets out up at the local outdoor market sometimes on Saturdays, and that's one of the things she sells. It's mac and cheese balls, but she got brisket in there, like shredded up brisket. So it's like brisket mac and cheese. Hadn't been brave enough to try it, but I imagine it could be good.
Brisket macaroni and cheese. That sounds good.
It's just too
Anything
much.
with
You
brisket.
know? I like just regular mac. I like regular baked mac.
True.
I got to draw the line somewhere, Bonnie. I'm already eating deep fried cheesecakes, deep fried sweet potato pies.
We're torturing Wingnut and Kim. Benjamin.
Kim, it's the middle of the day over there. You can get your snack on. Whatever time, I forget what time it is in Australia. Maybe around 3:30, 4:30 in the afternoon, maybe a little later. I forget the conversion rate.
I can't remember either.
It's like the only time we're really on the same day with them is like when it's late, when it's like late here, you know.
Yeah.
Shoot, I had an early supper, but shit, I guess I've been drinking a lot of water and different things like that. Kind of felt the curve, but yeah, it kind of filled me up. Feel
Yeah.
pretty good. 4
I don't
p.m.
know.
Okay. Oh yeah, she's holding off till supper.
I was comatose today.
Well, I would say nice, but I don't know if that's good or bad. Sometimes being in the coma state isn't a good thing.
I don't know. I guess I just needed to catch up on sleep because I got
Yep.
up late and then sat down and took a nap. It's like, what is going on? Now I'll probably be up all night.
I feel pretty good. I've taken 2 naps already since I've been live. I don't think nobody really noticed. They just kind of timed in with the Wi-Fi glitches.
You can talk in your sleep.
Oh yeah, I figured out how to do that. Talk in my sleep, and then I can get if I could just shut one eye, I can get relaxed enough to go into a sleep state. One eye open, one eye shut. It's not too bad once you get the hang of it.
That could be why you forgot what you were talking about.
Could be. That is one side effect, unfortunately. Yeah, when you shut down one half of your brain, that is one of the side effects. Short-term memory loss. Yeah, forget how long it takes to come back, but yeah, it'll work itself out. Everything that I forgot, I'll remember like 12 hours from now when nobody else is around. You know, like, all right, guys, I got it figured out. 12 hours later.
It could be.
There you go. That's what I like. Sometimes you have to go through a fasted state when you go through this inner ear abuse that I put people through. I appreciate that.
Well, don't eat it in Nilla wafers. They'll put you to sleep.
Oh yeah, they'll put you in a bad coma state, Bonnie. Yeah, you'll wake up. Yeah, you'll wake up later. You'll just be days later. Just
Like, what happened?
self-sustained off of the vanilla wafers.
Yeah. Well, and I've been worrying about people. I almost posted if anyone needed shelter, but I've got to quit doing that. I gotta keep remembering by myself. Don't know what kind of people would be answering that.
Oh
But
yeah, if you build it, they will come.
there's a man and his daughter that go around and donate travel trailers to people who have lost their homes.
Yeah.
And they do it with first responders and stuff first. And then they decide which families. They did a single mother with children, donated one to her yesterday, I think. But
Yeah.
it, it's just so much. It affects every single thing, the animals, the everything. When something like that happens, and so it goes on, from Helena, it goes on for a long time.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's like hurricane status weather events, and you hadn't even got a hurricane yet. You know what I mean?
Right. And I was listening to this one guy that he's I don't know if he's with the Forestry Service. He's with one of those, that he was saying that the reason they're saying this time, the reason that it spread so much is because of the limestone. Well, the limestone was there last year too. Um,
They're blaming it on the stones.
excuse me. They're looking for anything to blame it on except for what it possibly could be.
Might as well blame it on the Rolling Stones. You know, their music and the combination and frequencies combined with this local bedrock you have there cause these storms. You know, they might as well go all the way.
Right. Yeah. I need to upload. I took a video yesterday. I got out and was able to go do a couple errands that I had to do, and so I went over the Guadalupe, and I had my daughter with me, and I told her, I said, get a video of Guadalupe as we go by. So I was trying to go slow. It's on a major highway where people don't like you going slow.
Yeah, it's frowned upon on the highway.
Yeah, but it's so those creeks, rivers, everything kind of flows together to go to larger rivers like the Colorado River, or oh, I can't remember what the other one is, but in the
It's a
Guadalupe
major
River,
area for water flow.
do what?
It's like a major area or like a major area for water flow.
Yeah, and yeah, we kind of depend on that for the water to keep flowing, and because it feeds a lot of wells and towns, and so but just the Guadalupe is up. I think they said it was up 12 feet. It closed. It had to have gotten to the bridge, or they were worried about it taking down the bridge because that road was closed. That highway was closed, but it was opened up yesterday and it seemed fine. But a lot of road closures. Kerrville, man, they got roads torn up. It just peeled the asphalt off the roads.
Oh yeah, it gets so intense. I imagine it just erodes all the earth from around it, and then whatever debris and stuff comes through there, yeah, it just tears that asphalt up. But
Yes.
I could see like the limestone or the stone like have an effect like as far as maybe like drought or certain areas. You know, uh, areas may have experienced a lot of drought. And you get that much rain, and then the areas that would like naturally flow, it kind of gets forced into maybe those rockier areas, and of course it doesn't have the absorption that sand or anything like that does. So it's not going to absorb any. It's just going to keep flowing. I can see
Yeah.
it maybe having like a slight impact, but I can't see blaming like the whole breakdown or the whole disaster on something like that. However, they may have worded it. You know what I mean?
Yes. Because even the one last year, it was pretty much contained to the river flow. This one, it was spreading into neighborhoods way up. It was like, I mean, it looks like a swamp over there, and well, all around here. And that's we're not in swampy land. We're surrounded by hills.
Yeah.
So it was just really weird the way it went this year. I don't know. But and last year too, after last year, they said that they were gonna grow more vegetation and everything to make sure that that didn't happen, that it didn't spread. So it's kind of interesting that it did spread. I don't know.
It's like a lot of times they try to fix the problem with the same mind state that they did when they corrupted it. I don't know the specific layout of the area, but as well as I know, when you go in and start altering natural landscapes, tearing down trees, putting in different stuff, it just completely tears up the ground, the way stuff flows and everything like that. So I mean,
Yes,
who knows? And then they tear up everything to build neighborhoods and stuff, and then plant a few plants in here and there, and think that it's going to fix it. When ultimately, you're just putting a band-aid on a problem that you just made worse.
yes. That's the biggest problem is the construction of I mean when you start putting buildings and cement where the natural habitat was, the natural vegetation and everything, it's going to change the whole whole of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It changes the way we feel and function. People don't think it's changing the way that the earth and nature would accept it, and its
Yes,
role in it.
yes. And so that's what I've been thinking out here is because no water stood here, so I'm thinking this would be the catch point, and then have it flow down to another pond that would no, that one would be the catch. This would be I don't know. There's a name for it and I can't remember what it is. But
Oh yeah, times like this would definitely show you how the water's flowing on your different properties and stuff for sure.
yes,
Yeah, different
yeah,
catchments, different overflows. However different properties are set up. You may have a couple, you may have one, and then two or three, and then once the one overflows, then it just goes to another one, and so on.
yeah.
I forget what they call them. I got a name for it.
So I've been hearing a lot about the smoke coming down from Canada. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I forget the specific areas that's up there, what's burning in Canada, but yeah, it's been a lot of reports of the northern states getting different smoke, bad air qualities.
Yeah,
Skies looking kind of funky. It's going to be interesting. I mean, I guess it don't really mean anything to the bigger picture, but ultimately, uh, I know the final game of FIFA. I think it's supposed to be played in New Jersey tomorrow. I mean, that's pretty close up there. I don't know to what level that'll be.
oh wow. Oh, over 800 fires in North Canada.
Uh,
And the smoke's coming all over. Well, we get the Sahara dust here every year. It's kind of weird that it's the way it travels.
yeah, yeah, and just being natural stewards of the land, just understanding certain things, certain scenarios, definitely helps out.
Yeah,
But oh yeah, I mean, if it's as dense and as thick as it is up north, ultimately with all these storms and stuff we have, it's pushing it around and moving it somewhere. It may not be as thick or as highly noticeable as you get more south, but yeah, it's definitely making its way down to certain parts for sure. Got
Yeah.
800 something fires going.
Well, and it seems like whatever that is that they're trying to turn into Bertha would push a lot of that back up. I don't know. Clean the air somehow.
Pushing it somewhere.
Yep. Oh, wow. Can't take wood that is dead or fallen. How can they force you to buy firewood? That is crazy to me when I've got a mountain of it out here.
It's all just one big monopoly, one big racket, one big scheme, you know?
Yes.
Why let them do the good thing, the right thing, the natural thing for free when we can charge them for it and make a law and a policy that prevents them from doing otherwise? So that way,
Yeah.
if they break the policies, procedures, and laws, then we can get a fine, we can get a fee, we can get some type of money out of them. And then guess what? They still got to go back into the system and still keep buying the firewoods, you know? Maybe they
I
learned,
can,
maybe they didn't, you know? Hopefully they keep messing up and we can keep getting all these extra fines, penalties, and fees. And all they wanted to do was just start a little campfire, you know, roast some marshmallows.
yeah. I can remember telling Carl, I can send some wood up there. Meat Puppet comes to Texas. Somehow we can get wood shipped up there. And he goes, no, you can't. You can't move wood. I think even from county to county. And I was like, what? Who ever
Oh,
heard of such a thing?
oh, it ain't like they used to be, Bunny. Just can't be just free wild, free willy with the wood sending it anywhere. You got to be discreet, you know? It's a lot too much. It's too much to it. Crazy.
Crazy.
Just something as
It
simple
is.
as that, you know?
Yes.
But hell, we can load up a whole 18-wheeler of bioengineered 3D meats and send it right to you when you want it. You want express delivery? No problem. You know?
Yeah.
No problemo, bro.
From any country, anywhere. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dude.
We don't
20,
care what it has.
48 to 48 hours, no problem. We got you. We got you.
Oh, Jesus.
I remember when those fires in South Georgia was going. I know it. That combined what was going on around in South Carolina. But yeah, I know for a good little while, even after it was somewhat contained, the air quality was it was still pretty horrible.
Yeah.
So I could imagine this time of the year because now we're more into summer, more into the hot type of season. So yeah, that definitely has an impact.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I think it was Kim that was saying it. So, yep, it was.
Yeah, just knowing how to be stewards of the land, you know, knowing how to
Yes,
take care of the things around you that's ultimately taking care of you.
yeah, and it's normal to burn fields off. It um it is healing, and so I understand what she's saying, and so then it's kind of smoky, but that's what bandanas are for. That's what I keep saying. That's what bandanas are for.
There you go. Be a
Wear a
cowboy
bandana.
for a day. Just stay away from the red and blue bandanas, you know. Find you a neutral one, you know. You don't want to
Um,
single-handedly kick off a turf war, Bunny.
I like the red ones. I even have a turquoise one.
They may let you slide. If you got the turquoises on it, they may let you slide, you know. Don't be caught in any turf wars.
Right, Kim. Nature does know what to do. It's healing.
Who knows? There may be some type of natural aspect, you know.
Yeah.
But there is still a lot of stuff that's man-made in the ferries, you know. And sometimes these things happen from just lack of maintenance, you know, just whatever the reason is.
Yeah. Well, and I think that that's what being a steward of the land is learning what what makes it better in the long run for things to continue, for life to continue, the wildlife, the everything to continue as it always has.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Jerry, good evening, good morning, good to see you.
There was something you were talking about at the beginning. I was laughing so hard. Can't remember what it was.
Ain't no telling.
Yeah, baby. They sure are saying a lot about the data centers poisoning the waters. Excuse me.
I mean,
I
it
don't
could be.
know. Right. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't know. But
I wouldn't doubt it. I definitely wouldn't doubt it without, you know, a lot of this stuff, development, how it's coming out. Some of these aspects are new. Some of them's kind of been in the play or in works for a while. But I mean, you look at all these other corporations, factories, and stuff that just been on the record for years about pumping all this stuff into the water, into the air, into the environment, disrupting, displacing humans, natural life. You know, so I
yeah.
just don't see any of the other new ones that's still coming out going to be any different. You know, of course, like anything, it may present itself as a nice, shiny new toy. They may get some money kicked back to the community, but I mean, what is that? $20 million do to the community when you've completely destroyed it with that center, you know? I mean, it kind of don't really make sense. Whatever it
But
may be, you know?
it's for your safety, of course.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. I see why. You know, like I was watching another broadcaster that I watch sometimes, and he kind of, you know, he's. I'm not going to say he's like me or I'm like him, but a lot of things we kind of see. You know, he's not left, he's not right, but he's like, you know, he kind of goes into these little skits where he's just kind of, you know, anything. But I see how, you know, I see how the government thinks. You know, these people, you know, they just can't think, they can't do, they can't be self-disciplined. So we got to do it. We've got to protect them. We've got to make sure they're in order. We've got to monitor them like baby monitors. You know, like when you was a kid and you had a baby monitor and watched the monitor. We got to give them all baby monitors with cameras, voice intuition, facial recognition, so we can check in on them. You know, we have to have flock cameras so we can keep them all in tune and check. You know,
Yeah,
man, it's pure insanity. Pure
it,
insanity across the board.
it is. And the excuses they use are all lies. I don't believe any of it anymore.
Yeah, I know. Even in my area, I remember what they call like the flock cameras or different devices. I started noticing them going up like uh, stuff was getting put in place like right before COVID, and then once COVID eventually happened, shoot, you know, they was telling you know, whatever non-essential jobs in certain areas stay home, but that was definitely not something that was slowing down. They had people constantly working on the lines, putting up things, getting the infrastructure laid. You know, why they had everybody at home dazed and confused. You know, they were out, you
Yeah,
know, continuously laying the groundwork.
yeah,
Those type of things didn't slow down. It's like I had
no,
a buddy of mine that he does like data and stuff like that, and shoot, he said, "Nah." He said during that whole time, shoot, he said we didn't slow down. He said everybody was consuming more data than they've ever consumed before. You know, that was the perfect time the perfect place, you know, for whatever nefarious things need to be rolled out. But it's for your own safety and protection, you know.
Yes. Use the disaster to create.
Yeah. Never let a good disaster go to waste, you know, no
Yeah.
matter how real or planned or man-made it can be, you know.
Yeah.
Because it ain't just because it's man-made, don't mean it ain't a disaster still the same, you know. Especially when you got these uh, warehouses, factories, laboratories all around the world, just containing all of just the world's nastiest and most evil, deadliest sludges and combinations you could think of. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, did you not think eventually one of these things will get out? You know, if you ever seen the movie Resident Evil, it got pretty bad, ladies and gentlemen. The movie Resident Evil, that was, you know, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. Don't watch the movie. You'll be scarred for life. You have flashbacks.
Sure. I think in Texas, there was a group that was going to meet at the Capitol today to protest it's the flock cameras is what they're protesting.
Wasn't there supposed to be something happening today? I don't know specifically. I heard people mention it. I don't know if anybody was really like declaring it. Most people, I think, was just like asking some type of protest about the data. But I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. I know the counties have been fighting against the data centers and
Yeah,
and ICE. That's a constant protest. I was reading an article today from like police chiefs and some department of something, and so they've decided that all these wrongdoings that ICE is doing is from lack of training. So they're going to make them train for 72 hours instead of whatever it was before. And they said, but even then, they don't think they're getting the correct training because when you're a police officer, you know how to approach a car at a car stop. You do not get in front of the car because in case they do drive off, because a lot of times they're going to. And they said they just know this. And then you don't fire at that car if it's
yeah,
pulling off.
absolutely zero. That's definitely not a job that you get any type of on the job training for. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And
And
then ultimately, like in a lot of situations, whatever they're teaching you, and that it gets you to a certain point. But that's only getting you to a certain point. After that, it's on you how that person can handle a situation, not handle a situation, how they react mentally. A lot of different X factors, you know. Uh,
yes,
but yeah, you definitely, yeah, you're not learning as you go. That's not a definitely a learn as you go situation, no doubt.
no. And no consequences for bad behavior. I know. Never heard of.
I mean, it's just all part of the great divide, in my opinion, you know.
Absolutely. That's where I see it because yeah, that's where I see it.
Ultimately, it's just one more thing for us to argue, be upset, send some type of negative energy, negative emotion to feed into it, and that's just less time we spend on fixing something, you know, making something better, you know, whatever it
Yeah.
may be.
Yep. Well, and they kind of mentioned a police state.
I mean,
I
heck,
was
ain't
kind of
mentioning a police state. We're in it. We've been in it. This is, I mean, heck, people
yeah,
don't think we're in a police state now. What's it going to take to wake you up? We done had the Patriot Act. We done had every different thing that happened since there. We done had the COVID. We done got the flock cameras. We got all these different politicians, this and that. You know, what else is it going to take? You got people just riding around, locking people up, whatever reason. You know what I mean? Both sides is funding it. Both sides is all hands in on it. You know, it's full steam ahead on everything like that. So, I mean, it's just just
True.
keeps the people divided. You know, it's ultimately that's just how it's been bred and how it's been uh, brainwashed into just so many different generations of different things. You know, it's not just one thing. You know, politics or different things. That's just one aspect of it. You know.
Well, I don't know if you saw that thing I wrote on my post, but that's that's the only thing I can think of is everybody, just pull together with whoever you can to stay sane through all this and um show love just kindness wherever you can. That's how we're gonna get through it. Spread kindness.
Garrett's out partying like a rock star. Can't slow Garrett down.
Hey, Garrett.
He's out there celebrating 1 year anniversaries like it ain't nothing. He's scared to come to Georgia. He already knows what that's about. Every time he thinks about coming to Georgia, shit, something takes another L. You know, it's like I
Yeah.
can't risk coming to Georgia again.
Hey, Pilgrim.
If you make it to Georgia, Garrett, I'll buy you a turkey leg. Buy you a grilled turkey leg on the house. Might as well, you know. It's $20 a pop. You might as well just get the turkey leg, you know. It's all a $20 bill. Just walking around eating turkey legs on your lunch break like Fred Flintstone, you know.
Right.
I think he is. Shrinkflation didn't hit him. Well, they're just eating a turkey sandwich. You just bust out the whole turkey leg on them, buddy. Here you go, cut you off a little slice. I see you eyeballing it. Get you a couple slivers.
The leg is good.
Oh yeah. No doubt, it's a crucial piece of the bird. You know,
Right.
kind of suck if they still had wings and no legs. You know, I don't know how
Yeah.
that would work, but who knows? We probably aren't far off from that. You know, get to a certain point, they just discontinue chicken legs. You know, you still get the breasts, you can still get the wings, but the thighs they're just like little nuggets now, and the legs are just gone. You know, just discontinued chicken leg. It's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much.
My first son, um, I gave him a turkey leg just to get a picture of him. And he's sitting there gnawing on it. He was maybe about 18 months old or so.
Oh yeah, it's like anything. If it's done right, yeah, the whole thing's good in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, the breast is good with the turkey gravy.
Sometimes you just want to go full barbaric, full caveman style. You know, it's like when they let you sit at the end of the table for the first time. You just got to eat the turkey leg. It's ceremonial. You know, it's only right.
Yeah.
Shoot, Garrett's a rock star. He's just sticking and moving, sticking and moving.
Or is he? Who here has seen Garrett live?
You can't go live when you're doing that much stuff, Bunny. Shit, you wouldn't have no time for us small people anymore. Shit, he'd
But
be
that's
hashtagging and cross sharing and cross blitzing everywhere, dude. He'd probably be on shit, he probably done did a collab with Mr. Beast by now. You know? Who knows how these things work. Probably be on the Theo Vaughn show.
but that's what I mean, even at the concerts or whatever they do. I'm just wondering if anybody's actually.
Oh, his Instagram's popping probably. You know, his Instagram's probably off the charts. But yeah, just got to catch them on the Instagram. Yeah, he's probably got like 3.5 million followers on Instagram or something. It's nuts.
Hmm. Well, I haven't seen him tell me who's going to be in Texas again yet.
Too small of a venue. Too many ops. Too many venues. You know. Shoot. Imagine how many concerts they had in Texas tonight. Probably had 1,000 concerts.
Oh, yeah.
Not that. It's like I forget they just had some concert here locally, and I heard about it, and I said, "Damn, that might be good to go to." They talked about it after it happened. I said, "Well, that don't do nobody no good. Don't even talk about it till after it happened." You know, I
Oh,
guess that's the way
no.
it works now. They don't give you the early edition anymore. They give you the late edition. You know, it's like
Yeah.
getting logged. It's like getting logged out of or YouTube. You know, you don't get a notification now. You just get the news. The news just tells you whenever they feel like it. You know. Breaking news. We had a serious accident 3 weeks ago. We're just getting around to telling you, but it's okay. More at 11. Like, no, that's not how it works, you know? It's got to be instant. You just can't tell us something like that 3 weeks later. Yeah.
Right. I usually look up events.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll just type in Georgia and then I'll go to like news and see what it tells me what's going on around here. And a lot of times, shoot, Facebook will tell you a lot of news. You go on there and scroll through a couple of channels. You're like, all right, I'm done for today. You know, I've had my
Yeah.
mad consumption of internet dwellings. Beach Army, good night. Good to see you. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. It's tough being the queen bee. Somebody's got to do it. You know, Mr. Beast don't have open panels, so boo Mr. Beast. You know, hashtag Mr. Beast. I know you're out there watching. You know, there's a lot of interesting characters out there.
Yeah.
I don't know how many active. I don't even know what it would be active YouTube accounts or YouTube channels. I imagine it had to be in the billions.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if there's what 8-9 billion people in the world, I mean, I know everybody can't have an account or whatever, but there'd have to at least be billions. You know, a couple billion. I say at
Yeah.
least 2.5 billion. And not all of those put out anything. You know, so I mean, you know, some people put out videos, some people don't. So I mean, that's still with a billion content, people putting out content, that's still billions of videos, you know, more than anybody could ever consume.
Yeah. Well, here lately, I've found myself looking up things on YouTube. How to whatever. With
Figured it out.
chicken. I think so. That I'm going to have to get hanging feeders and waters for the chickens because they make a mess. If it's down on the ground, it's going to be ruined every 5 minutes.
Oh, I bet, yeah. You said the feeder and the water?
Yeah.
What are you using now?
The regular ones that you buy, the
You
it's
said they're knocking them over?
the plastic ones. Well, they were. So when my daughter was here yesterday, you were talking about cookie tins earlier. So we put a cookie tin under one of them, and then a roll of masking tape under the other one to raise them up where they're not booty level.
Oh, yeah.
The poop and
Yeah,
everything.
yeah. A lot of times like that, yeah, you can just solve it with about the simplest thing, you know.
Yep.
Start simple and go from there. But
Yeah.
yeah, they're at that stage where they're just going to be growing fast, you know.
And they make feeders and waters that have chains. So once they get in the coop, you can hook it to the chicken wire and holds it up even
Yeah.
higher. So that,
Oh, no doubt. Or yeah, run you a little bar or something across there and have them hanging down.
yeah,
Yeah, that way they can still, move and do whatever around them. But yeah, they're up off the ground. They ain't knocking them over, keeping things out of them.
yeah. The main thing is they put everything in them. They poop in them. They put the bedding in them. I'm learning so much about these chickens.
Oh yeah, no doubt. That's good though. It's definitely a learning experience. You'll have
Yeah,
it figured out for long. You know what works best, especially by the time they're full grown or however long that process takes. It don't take much. It don't take long.
yeah.
I don't know how long it is. I forget on like a. I guess it could vary depending on environment, situation, particular chicken. Like once a chicken is born, once a hen is born, like how long after that hen is comes out of the shell before they can produce an egg. I guess it would just depend on different chickens or environments.
Yeah. It depends on the breed, and it's usually
Maybe
I
a
think
couple months.
4 to 6 months.
Okay, 4 to 6 months. Yeah, that ain't too long.
And Cheryl, that's a good idea on a cinder block.
Oh yeah,
And
cinder blocks or bricks. Yeah, you got some of them around. Yeah, no
I
doubt.
have plenty of them.
Yeah. I mean, that's gonna last. They ain't destroying no cinder block or no brick. They do. You better
Right.
watch out. You might got some of them outer space chickens taking through bricks. But yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if my daughter's going to do rabbits or not. She was talking about it, but
Yeah. Guess that'd be something good to have. Good fertilizer. Seem like they'd be pretty low maintenance for the most part.
yeah.
Especially if you had your garden growing, a lot of different clippings and stuff you could give them for that. You know, offset some of the
Oh,
food
yeah.
cost or whatever.
Yeah. That was the goal.
Yeah, even if you didn't eat the rabbits, yeah, the fertilizer would be worth it.
Yeah.
Probably the most you probably would have in it was probably be building whatever type of structure or structure they would be housed in enclosure. If you build it or bought something,
Hmm.
I don't know how much rabbits would cost these days. I don't know. There might be somebody around you that sells them. Who knows? However, you
Yeah.
got linked in with the chickens, there may be somebody that sells rabbits if you're looking to buy them.
Yeah. That's the get to know the 4-H kids or the FFA kids because they're the ones who do the stock shows and stuff. Because only the prime go to the stock show, so I'm sure they're culling whatever isn't going to make the cut. So yeah, that'd probably be a good way to get
Oh
rabbit.
yeah, yeah. I know it wouldn't take much if I wanted to get something like that. Yeah, just go on Facebook and make an announcement. Somebody will tell you where they're at.
Yeah. And I've seen um, one of the places we stopped when we were going to Georgia. He just had like a dog cage
Yeah.
on the ground, but without the flooring in it, without that tray that a lot of the dog cages have. Just
Oh yeah.
I don't think it doesn't have to be all fancy, all of it. I've seen them in dog kennels.
Oh yeah. Enough room to run around, get something to eat, a little shelter.
Yeah. Oh, excuse
I
me.
don't know, certain breeds or varieties may be more specific or more demanding than others. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think for the most part, I think it'd be pretty low maintenance.
The heat's hard on them. I'm going to keep them in a shady, cool place
Oh yeah, I bet.
out of the sun. Hmm.
Yeah, the heck with the dog house, just building rabbit houses, you know,
Yep.
building chicken and rabbit houses.
Yeah, most people put their dogs in the house anyway.
Oh yeah, they don't even go outside anymore. They just brought everything from outside inside. You know,
Hmm.
just bring everything inside, then we don't have to go outside.
Oh my goodness. I saw this video of this lady that had chickens inside the house. I know she
See?
had one inside for sure. So, and and they poop constantly. I don't know how she managed to do that, but mm,
Got to put a diaper on that thing. Uh, Unless you had like its own little um, area, I don't know. Maybe you have
yeah,
something down or something. I don't know.
yeah. Well, when she was in the video, the chicken was up on the arm of the couch next to her.
Oh,
Ah,
just
I would never go that far.
chilling, you know, watching a little TV. Might get a little offended when the KFC commercial comes on, you know. Maybe you could house train a chicken. Maybe you could house train them. Who knows?
Maybe. I don't see how.
It's like a parrot, you know. You could house train a parrot, just be a bigger version.
Well, that's true.
Hey, chicken talkers. They're talking to them. They're listening. They're making things happen, buddy.
Yeah. One of my friends had a cockatoo that was let free in the house a lot.
Oh yeah, just like a cockatoo. Yeah. Chicken, cockatoo, same, same. They're all support animals now. Yeah, whatever you want. Get you a support python, a support tarantula, whatever you want. Support guinea pig. It's cool.
Oh, goodness. Okay, Cheryl. Yep, send me a picture.
Mm. Long time ago, in a not so distant land. Dang.
Where's all the Saturday partiers?
Oh, they're partied out. It's too much. You know what I mean? It's been too much partying, too much. It's been too much. You know. Sometimes you got to be anti-party. I respect that. You know. You know, it was a Saturday. It's a lot to take in. You know.
Yeah.
Sunday now crossed over into Sunday. We done took it too far. Went a whole different day. Taking it too far, Bunny. Took it too far. Should have never gone this far. Oh well, did it anyway.
Hey, that could be a T-shirt for with the world. Should have never taken it this far.
There you go. We can put that on the T-shirt. We can make that happen.
Yeah.
Why not? Dang, I had a really good T-shirt idea earlier, and I forgot it. It was just how good it was, you know. Good in the moment. Dang, that was the one too. Mr.
Okay,
Beast.
Garrett. Who's this Mr. Beast? Never heard of him.
Oh, he's a beast, and he's a Mr. Beast. No, he's a like an internet, YouTube, social media character. He does. I don't really know. I don't really know what he does now. At different time, he would do like different uh, challenges, different things like that. Um,
Wow.
all different type of stuff. Like I think at one time he was the most. He had the most subscribers out of everybody on YouTube. I don't know if he got passed or whoever's got the top spot, but yeah, he's got a lot.
Wow.
It's crazy. Does all different type of stunts, but
Huh.
interesting character.
David Devine. Calm down.
Calm down, everybody. Calm. Oh shit, David's here. You definitely better calm down. Calm down, everybody. Like an internet character, internet personality. But I think it was even weird. Like, oh, what was it? Was it last year or the year before last when they was said they had the lidar detector, and they were going to check out the pyramids. Remember when they was talking about the pyramids and stuff, and then they just stopped talking about
Yes.
it?
To
But it was
see
like,
what
oh,
was under. Yep.
yeah, so they were going to do all these lidar tests, and we're going to get back to you and see what happens. But could be wrong, but it was like around that same time, allegedly, the character Mr. Beast said he was going to go down into Osiris's tomb. I think that was one of the areas, or allegedly they were going to inspect or whatever they were going to do with their lidar. You know, I'm kind of like, huh? It's kind of in the name, lidar. You know,
Yes.
but I don't know. I don't know the specifics. Maybe there's something to it, but yeah, I don't know whatever happened with that one. That was like, oh yeah, it's the next big thing. It's bigger than discovering the Titanic. We're finally gonna know what's underneath there. Finally, and then nothing. It's wild stuff.
Mm.
That's how they get you.
But there's been so many things like that. They'll bring it up, they'll get your attention there, and then poof, nothing else.
It's like a psychological thing. It's an energy spark. It gets you kind of excited or warm and bubbly, even if you kind of really don't know much about the thing or kind of really support the thing overall. It sparks something in you, like, oh yeah, you know what I mean?
Give
Uh,
you that fuzzy feeling.
yeah, I don't think it's the same feeling, or like it could be the same like chemicals or whatever reaction in the brain, like just like knowing something is going to happen. Like I don't know, as a kid, you snuck and you seen it in the basement or the attic. There was a bike or something. You knew it was your bike, so you knew you was getting that brand new thing for Christmas. So you just kept thinking about it to that day, you know. Um,
Yes. The
and just think about
excitement.
the excitement and the build up about it, and you just know it's going to happen. There's just no question. You're just waiting on the countdown. There's no question that anything could alter this course in any possible way because you already know there's going to be a bike. But then just imagine that the opposite effect, that crushing feeling. You know, you wake up on Christmas Day and that bike really wasn't your bike. That was some gifts that your parents got along with your gifts and they was donating somewhere else. So now all that hope and that build up and that excitement or whatever fuzzy feeling, it's just completely crushed. It's demolished, you know.
Yeah.
It probably was a great Christmas, but you done had your mind set up on everything that you was going to do with that new bike, you know. You was going to jump some ramps, show your friends, pop a couple wheelies. Now that reality's gone, you know. Not saying that it's not the end of times and it's not anything else, but it's just that psychological kind of game that goes along with it, you know. And it's also like energy harvesting, you know, whatever it may be with our spirit or our soul. It may take us somewhere we didn't need to go, maybe somewhere that we needed to see. Who knows? I guess it affects everybody differently. If that even made any sense.
It did, because then it is the person's ability to how they would handle that disappointment.
For everybody is different, you know. Whatever that bicycle or whatever it might have been, you know, the anticipation or like people say, don't get your hopes up, you know, different things, whatever it may be. You know, you can still have good intentions, good ideas, good things, but it just, you know, I guess the powers, like Wingnut says, the powers that shouldn't be, you know, they have people and different people that's going to inform them and tell you how these different things work, the long game of just the basic human, I guess, psychology. I guess that's why people say those type of books may or may not be disappearing from libraries, you know. They don't want you to have any more slight information of what they may be doing in the long term, you know.
Or anything healing that might help you get through it.
Oh, no. Shoot, they're just practicing medicine, you know.
Yeah, Mary.
Practicing.
I still think they're going to blame something on the aliens. I don't know what.
Oh, no
It'll
doubt.
come
Yeah, I mean, who's going to question it? Who are you going to go question these intergalactic beings, you know? And we probably don't even speak their language. It's hard for us to even communicate amongst ourselves sometimes, you know?
right.
Yeah. Who's going to be the alien's lawyer? You know, you got to bring in you know, there you go. That brings in the Intergalactic Federation. Now you got to have you know, it's like an intergalactic Geneva Convention. Now you got to have somebody neutral amongst the galaxies to come in and represent the Palladians, Klingons, the Vulcans, you know.
Could you imagine that? Hey, that's a movie. We need to put a movie together.
Oh, yeah. They're probably listening, buddy. You know, they're like, hey, you know, we need some new ideas. Let's see what's going on with these late night panels on YouTube. No doubt. I think about that sometimes. I'll just be thinking to myself about absolutely nothing. Pretty much like an inward version of some of this broadcast sometimes. And I'm just like, yeah, if they was to think of something like that, yeah, they'd try to market the hell out of it, you know. So I'm like, well, I don't know if they can read my mind yet fully, but yeah, I just won't even speak that out there because they'll probably get it, you know. And Vince help, we got another one. They talked about another good idea. Let's get it out there. They'll make it crappy though. They'll have it like an ass seen on TV product, you know. Could have been a great thing, but they just wanted to get a few shekels out of it.
Yep. Got to throw R2D2 and Chewbacca in there.
Oh shoot, they're already here, Bonnie. They're already acknowledging and identifying as furries and Furbies. You know what I mean? You got the Chewbacca's already. The R2D2s. Oh, people's already single-handedly merged and married into the AI infrastructure. So now it's C3PO XI. You know, XIQ plus. We're far beyond anything George Lucas could ever imagine. You know, they took that and ran so far behind Star Wars. Shoot, man,
Right.
we got it. You know. No, I mean, I don't know. We got it. I still don't believe everybody should have a flying car. Even after all this questionable, sketchy stuff that people may or may not have stood up for, we just don't need that.
No,
Don't
no flying cars. You
no.
know what? But I've always said I would never get in a helicopter. But they I s they were doing a helicopter rescue,
Yeah.
and the guy that they were rescuing, he was filming as they were taking off and going across the land and everything, and that's how I saw how it looked just like a swamp, and, um, it didn't look that bad. I was like, "Okay, I might could do that."
Yeah. Oh yeah, no doubt. Let's just keep the airplanes, the helicopters, the jets, whatever we got. Let's just focus on that, so we don't have any more news stories of the jets just going into self destruction mode, or the windows falling out while Grandma Nana's trying to make it home from Arkansas. Let's just
Oh,
beef up what we already got. Let's not have any more flying things. We already got the planes, the trains, and the automobiles. You know,
yes.
it's just
Wasn't that something that the
no
window just fell
subterranean.
on? How how does that happen?
What's that?
When the window just fell out of that plane
I
not
don't
very
know,
long
buddy.
ago.
It seemed like a whole series, it's like a who's who, like who was going to self-employ this week, I forget. Yeah, but yeah, emergency doors just opening, windows falling out. Heck, I
Yeah,
guess they got some Gorilla Glue. Heck, yeah,
so
people putting the Gorilla Glue on their hair, thinking it was, there was this one lady, she put Gorilla Glue in her hair and was freaking out, you know. These
oh
people
my
can't even figure out to put
goodness.
the Gorilla Glue on the window to hold the airplane window in, buddy. Talk about the pole switching. I think it's internal poles that's switching. I don't even think it's so much the weather anymore. I think it's just like internal poles, you know, whatever
Yeah,
may be keeping us grounded or not grounded internally. It's just having like a counter reaction with whatever may be happening on the outside.
well, maybe they think an airplane can last 150 years or something, I don't
I
know.
don't know the hours of operation on that thing. It seems like it should be standard protocol, or the push on the windows. If the window falls out, we're just going to have to, this plane can't go in the air. I mean, that should be pretty standard.
Yes.
Give it a little pressy press, you know, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, what do those flight attendants do? Earn their
Yeah,
money.
yeah, there you go. Just simultaneously just walk out throughout the airplane, have some Windex, have you some towelettes, clean the windows. If the window doesn't fall out while you're cleaning it, you should be good.
Right?
Use a firm circular grip, wax on, wax off. I don't know. I don't know how these things go.
And that's a good point too. Do they clean the windows?
We don't
Look
even
how
want to
many
get into
people
that.
breathe on them.
We don't even want to go down that rabbit hole, buddy. You thought shit. You thought them canceling the smoking on the planes was weird. Shoot, they just nah, yeah. Even without all the different pandemics, I imagine there's enough funk in the air as it is.
Yeah.
It's like one big flying hotel room. Everybody's just sitting in one big giant hotel room for a couple hours. You can't join the Mile High Club or do any of those things no more. You just have to sit there and watch TV and breathe it out. You know.
Yeah. Don't
Hopefully
make any
everybody did their
noise.
breathing exercises.
Don't be too wide. Don't make too much noise.
Oh yes.
Because there's going to be a
Definitely don't do
plane
that.
full of Karens.
Definitely don't see no demonic spirits or anything.
Right.
Remember when that whole wave was coming through, people were seeing stuff on the planes?
Yes.
I don't know. Whether it happened or it didn't happen, it seemed like they plugged a couple of them. They found a couple of those stories to plug in. Like for a couple of weeks there, it's like, dang, what's going to happen now? You're thinking they're about to have Patrick Swayze appearance on there, full on ghost. Ghost as ghost. What the hell's even going on here? I think somebody said they saw Elvis. It just got to be too much, money. Once they said they saw Elvis again on the plane, I'm like, it's too much.
I
It's
said,
too much.
okay.
I don't went too far.
This distraction is
Yeah, did not stop to think it may be
that.
just an impersonator, you know?
Yeah.
It's too much. We have confirmed sightings of Elvis after all these years. Flying commercial class in a Delta 745. More at 11, Bob.
And Michael Jackson's the pilot.
Oh, yeah, Michael Jackson was the pilot. Marilyn Monroe was the stewardess. Yeah, who knows? Walt Disney was in there drawing cartoon animated faces of everybody like you see at the boardwalks, you know. It's just a complete madhouse. Like that one movie that came out years ago. You probably didn't see the movie, but it was still pretty funny. It was called Soul Plane. It was like this dude had won the lottery or something like that. So he made this big old like nightclub style airplane, and the plane had rims on it, and it was kind of it was funny for what it was. It was kind of funny, but yeah, it was kind of like a spoof on all that. I think they had Snoop Dogg as the pilot at one point on the airplane. Oh yeah, Soul Plane.
Soul Plane.
Gotta have a little soul in it.
Nothing wrong with soul.
Da 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 da.
Yeah.
What's going on here? We're having a full solar meltdown. Yeah. He doesn't like a little squeeze. You know? He doesn't like to be swayed every now and then.
Right. Oh, Pilgrim's got the red skies.
Oh shoot! He found the red stone. What happened?
It's
Oh,
got red.
red skies. Yeah. That don't sound good. I wonder if it's with the I don't know, whatever's burning up there in Canada.
Yes. And I've heard a lot of people say it smells like plastic.
Well, I imagine. Well, different infrastructures, different things burning up. No doubt.
Yep. Hmm.
Yeah, you ain't got to be out and about in it. Definitely try to limit your exposure for sure.
Yeah.
And ultimately, we're all on the same rock. It's all gonna blow until it can't blow no more. So it's gonna go somewhere. Allegedly, allegedly, we may not all be on the same rock. I just realized that, but we may not be on the same rock. There may be different snow globes around us that we don't even know about.
Right.
Well, like, what if they told you, like, they came out and said something like, uh, what is there, 7 different continents? What if they just came out and said, all right, this was the groundbreaking alien things, you know? We've always told you that there were 7 continents, but that's true, not true. There's 7 other Earth realms directly around us that have been here this whole time, you know? Instead of 7 other continents, it would be 7 other snow globes just like us. That even makes sense, you know?
Interesting. But would it affect us really in the long run?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, yeah, it would all be connected, you know, whether we would understand it to affect us or, you know, I guess it could affect us that there would definitely be something beyond what we've been told, you know, whether we had some understanding of it. But I think ultimately, I think a lot of things affect us, if nothing else, just like uh, maybe society wise, you know. Ultimately, individually, a lot of these things, I guess, don't affect us on our path, but you're like, damn, you know, how the heck did that? I think ultimately it would just lead to more questions, you know. I don't think it would really solve anything that we had here, but it would just lead to more questions, you know. Like, man, this matrix is more complex than I even thought, or even thought I had an understanding about, you know.
Right. Welcome to the asylum, Johnny.
What happened?
He think he said something about we sound crazy.
I
That's
like it. Different levels. There's different levels, you know. Can't say everybody's on the same crazy level. Um, where it converges into insane back to some normalcy, I don't know. I don't know how that spectrum is. It's not as clear. You know, it's clearer to understand when you go buy chicken wings. You know, hot, medium, or mild. Uh, Sometimes it's a little different with the peoples. You know,
yeah.
sometimes it's pretty in your face. A lot of times you can see it. It's just not even the person. It's just uh, certain things. I don't even think you can speak of them on YouTube anymore, Bonnie. Can't speak of those things.
Oh, there's so many things we can't speak of.
Yeah, I
Just
don't
keep,
even know. It's probably a
yeah.
lot of stuff I just don't say, like for whatever reason, subconsciously or for whatever reason. But yeah, for the most part, I don't even know.
Oh gosh, Kay, I saw a cap. What'd it say? Um, Undiagnosed, but something's not right, or something like that. And it reminded me of Lauren whenever I saw it. It was pretty cute.
Self-diagnosed. There you go. Yeah, I diagnosed that something was wrong. I didn't really know at the time, but you know,
Right? Oh, I used to go to those antique plane shows. My father-in-law, he was a pilot and worked at a airplane museum. It was pretty cool.
yeah, they used to have a couple decent ones here in the area, but then just ultimately the money took over. Now it's like they have one big one over at like the main airport. Shoot, man, they want to charge you an arm and a leg to get in the gate to watch that thing. I just park down
Oh,
beside the side of the road, or heck, I can go to the flea market. Flea market sits close enough there. You can sit at the flea market when it's open and just sit there and watch them. Because that's about the
yeah,
spot where most of the when the planes do their little stunt, and they turn around, they make it like right there to the flea market and turn around.
yeah. That's we always parked across the highway from it.
Yeah. You want to charge you $100 a person to sit in the VIP pod.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I
No.
don't think it like that, bro. Can't be consumed in this pod with you. Anything can happen. I might want to get the heck out of here. I can't let you slow me down. You know? Now I'm just obligated. I'm on the hook to buy two spots just so nobody sits beside me.
Yeah. Let the rich sit in there and donate to the cause.
Oh yeah. Oh, it gets more than that. I don't even think that's just the regular VIP. You got the ultimate VIP, you got the premium VIP, then the what was it, ultra VIP, whatever that was. I don't know. I
Hmm.
lost me on the ultra part. I was like, that's just too much. That's higher than I want to be at this air show. I promise you. Yeah, but they have all type of stuff. They have different. Some of they do have like a portion of it. It's like antique style, like older planes, different jets, different units, whatever you call them, different squadrons. They come in and perform. Uh,
Yeah.
they do stuff with the helicopters. Like they'll have like different stunt or like I guess special ops. They'll do like when they drop down from the planes and stuff like that on the ropes, rappel down from the helicopter, stuff like that.
Oh, cool.
So it is a pretty cool show. But yeah, I'm not gonna drop a couple $100 on it. You know what I
Right.
mean? Nah. Shoot.
Yeah. Flyovers are pretty cool, but
They used to have a big one at Daniel Field, and yeah, they didn't charge nothing to get in. You could get in, walk around. They had the air shows. They had the vendors. They had all type of stuff. The food, the food vendors, the people selling stuff. Uh,
yeah.
Whoever was putting on the show, they had the merch stand. You get you a T-shirt or something. Now you could pay for all that stuff, but yeah, they never charged you to get in there. That was just open to the public. Everything after that, you can buy for.
Do they fly around blimps anymore? I haven't heard of a blimp sighting in a long time.
Yeah, I think blimp sightings are down. It's all UAPs, UAPs and UFOs, Bunny. Yeah, the blimps, or what was the other term they used to use for the blimps? What did they used to call them? When they was like passengers, like the Zeppelins. You know what the Zeppelins?
Yes.
Oh man, yeah, that's an
Mhm.
interesting history. If you ever go down that rabbit hole of the hot air balloons and the balloons around the world, oh yeah,
Yeah.
that'll take you down a dark rabbit hole. Yeah, yeah. What happened to all the
Mhm.
Zeppelins and the balloons and stuff? You know,
Airships.
I don't know.
Good.
I know you used to watch. Sometimes you would watch like a sports game, like a Monday Night Football or something, and they would say, uh,
Yeah.
brought to you with aerial footage from the Goodyear blimp, or one of those type of things. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I know they used to do it. I don't know if it's still a thing. I guess
Cheryl,
from
what?
a postal standpoint, it would almost be like obsolete. But I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I just know that, and I remember Dallas. They always had one that flew over during the game, but I never hear of it anymore. Of course, I haven't watched a pro football game in a while, but
Cancel the blimps, Bunny. I think they canceled them.
I think so.
Hmm. Ain't no telling. Now all we get is the crappy weather balloons that just fly all the way from Asia, all the way across America and Canada. That's all we get now.
No
It's
biggie.
a bunch
just
of alleged crappy weather balloons.
just China balloons. It's all good.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing to see here. Nothing to see
And
here. It's not the Wizard of Oz leaving the Oz. It's not that.
yeah. So when I was going through my pictures from, and these are like way back, like in 2021, 2022.
Way
Um,
back.
yeah, when Nancy Drew was really doing a lot of coverage, and there was something out in the ocean, and I can't remember what they called it, but these helicopters were going out there and they were circling it and they were making a big deal out of it. I have a picture of that
Uh-oh.
in 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 all my, because if you're showing something that I was like, well, that's interesting, and I take a screenshot of it.
Yeah.
It's like it was off the coast of Canada or somewhere up in,
What was
no,
it?
she wouldn't have been up in Canada. Y'all help me out. I know y'all got better memories than I do. It was like a cargo ship type thing or something, but it was just sitting out there, and it was like it was for days. Johnny, you
No.
were just hooked on 1999. No, 2021 or 22,
Like some people are
somewhere.
still like physically or mentally in 69, 79, 89. Some people are still in 1999.
Yes.
It's interesting. It always falls on the nines. There are some sixes and some threes, but the nines seem to be you know, it
True.
happens. It happens. I don't know. Ain't no telling. Shoot.
Thank you, Pilgrim. No, I'm not crazy. I
All
have a
right.
picture.
I think
I
I've heard
said
of the Nancy Drew character, but I don't know if I've ever seen anything. I
so if
think
it
I've
was
always heard
Nancy
people
Drew.
talk about it. I don't think I ever seen a video or anything. I don't
Yeah.
think.
Well, if it was Nancy Drew, it was probably off the coast of Virginia, maybe, or
Oh yeah, she was out there in the Virginia Basin. Ain't no telling what you'll get out there. Yeah.
no, Mary, not the one that hit the bridge. That was really sus, also. How could you have a massive bridge like that and something bump one pillar and the whole bridge?
Gotta have your gotta have your rituals, honey. You gotta have your bridge rituals. And I think I think it was, I don't know if it was official or whatever, but I think that whichever company it was that was at fault with the boat, the whatever penalty they paid, it was a high penalty. But even then, whatever the penalty they paid, it was just a fraction of what they said allegedly it was going to cost or did cost to get the bridge fixed. Uh,
Yeah.
I don't know what it was. I don't know the exact numbers. Let's just say if it was, they might have got fined $10 million, but it might have took 150 million to fix the bridge. I mean, it was something, but yeah, that fine went nothing. Ultimately, they made that back on the next shipment.
Hmm. Yeah, well, this thing maybe off the coast of Maryland. I'm not real familiar with the Northeast. Um, but it sat out there for it seems like it was several days. I,
Hmm.
I don't
Ain't no
know.
telling.
Just some weird things have gone on. I've got screenshots of um you know how they put up that green netting or whatever to hide what they're doing behind the fence.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And she'd peek in there and poke her camera in there. And so there's one of the pictures is a bunch of guys. They're all dressed alike in black and um, looks like they're carrying long pews. And um, so I was like, is this some kind of military training that they're not United States people? I don't know what it was.
Where was this at? You remember?
It was in DC. And
Oh, it's probably getting ready for the new world order. Just running some simulations, tests, making sure everything was on par and up to standard. Nothing
well,
secret.
if it was a military group, it was a poor one because the uniforms were they had on
Might have been
ponchos
fake force.
because it was raining. But yeah, well, and then not long after that, there was a UN meeting at the Capitol, and I have pictures of that too. All different colors of those little beanie caps they wear.
Oh yeah, all the different colored hat people. Yeah, the white hats, the red hats.
Yes,
I don't know how many different colors it is. I'm pretty sure there's more than red, white, and black. Who knows? Maybe that's all there is. Just different shades of those three colors.
yeah. It. She was always catching some pretty interesting things that caught my eye.
Who knows? Imagine ultimately if somebody does that type of has any intent of like bringing stuff out or like report as it goes along. You know, people's going to probably give you some tips or whatever it may be on stuff that could be happening or upcoming. You know.
Yeah. Well, but that's the thing. So then they have the movie cameras up there in DC, and so during all of this and seeing all this weird stuff, even one time, um, she was walking around and they started doing some kind of like a almost kind of like a air raid, and then seeing those movie cameras, it's like everyone kept saying, "Enjoy the show. This is a movie."
Oh yeah,
It just kind of seemed, maybe it is because there's too much crazy stuff going on.
they gutting the U.S. UK embassy.
Yeah.
Stand down, Bonnie. Dang.
And that's when they were putting up that weird looking fencing around the Capitol. I don't even know what the purpose of that was. It got taken down. Just sandbags everywhere. I don't know what the sandbags purpose was. Maybe to block
Could be
so much.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe like some type of barrier or anything really. You know, stack them up, create like a barrier. I mean, of course, it ain't gonna really protect you from like a vehicle, but some type of exchange. You know, it's one more barrier between you and that exchange.
Yep. And one of the things she shot was the black SUV driving across the Capitol parking lot, and it seemed like everyone thought JFK was in there, or
Oh yeah, yeah. JFK's come back so many times. He's almost caught up with the Elvis sightings. You know.
yes. I was like,
I mean, I don't know.
don't
I
know.
don't think. I think even JFK Jr. I think the anniversary of his death just came this past week. But I think even if he would have been alive, he would have been like what it is, maybe his I forget. You know, it wouldn't have
Yeah,
been out of the question if something like that happened to him. But for the original JFK, and
true.
I forget how many years or whatever it would have been. But yeah, I think that'd have been over. He'd have been close to 100, if not over 100. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
JFK Jr. I think he was in his 30s when it happened. Whenever that happened, so yeah, that's likely. He'd be like in his 60s or 70s, something like that.
Yep. And at that time, there were a whole lot of black SUVs at the Capitol at different times. And
How the mind works. You throw out a couple little parts, a couple little pieces here and there. You know, black SUVs, JFK, a couple little things. It don't take much.
yeah,
You know, that's just like you could tell me a story, and I could tell somebody else, and by the time it gets back to you, it is nothing like what you originally told me. You know.
right. And a lot of people thought that people were getting arrested. Seems like there were even pictures that somehow people
That
got
and
making it look
that was
like it.
around the time that the DC live cam was like glitching out and doing certain things, and people was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
that ain't the what's really going on. You know, it's like in a time delay.
Yeah. And the White House, um, weird lights going on around the White House, and inside you could see it look like
Oh yeah,
detonators going off.
you would
There
click
was,
on there and it would say that there was like thousands of people watching the White House feeds and stuff for different feeds at that time. It was crazy.
yes.
There wouldn't be that many people talking. You know, there would be people talking and chatting, but yeah. It was crazy.
Yeah. I don't know.
Who knows? Thought
That
about
was
getting me a black SUV. That may not be a good look, you know. May need to get a
well,
different color SUV.
I almost did. It was a big oh, I can't remember what it was, an excursion or something at a used car lot, and he was like, "Got this one, and it's a pretty good deal," and it was, and it was nice inside, but it was gigantic, and I was like,
All the
if I pull
excursions.
up in this, everybody's gonna start yelling "Fed," and nah, probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Huh. Maybe I'll get one then. Maybe it'll just keep everybody awake. Maybe nobody
There
will
you
bother.
go. Or get you. No, it might not be a good idea. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'll do it. It'll just keep everybody awake.
Yeah, Cheryl. That and uh, so many crazy things.
Oh yeah, the flash thing, and then when they had the buses out there, and then there was the one that
Yeah.
looked like they was carrying some oddly elongated bags or satchels out. Oh yeah,
Yes.
guess there was a lot going on like it was now, but yeah, there was some people. Yeah, that was their thing. That was their live. They would watch that the different White House or DC lives. Just look for different things. I mean, ultimately, if you look for something long enough, you're going to find something. You know, it
Yes.
may not be
Whether
what you.
it's unusual or not.
Yeah, yeah. Whether it's you're going to
Yeah.
find something.
Bunch of darn conspiracy theorists. Oh well. That's we were all looking for something to show that okay, all the criminals are going down, and they never did.
Shoot, I didn't need the White House feed for me to see that. It's kind of like the same story over time. You know, people
Yeah,
come, people go. It's like a live broadcast. You know, some people come, some people go. You know,
true.
some people get in trouble for certain things, but I mean, ultimately, when you're dealing with empires or big billion-dollar corporations, man, they have people. If they have people in line or whatever, they always say the scapegoat or the fall guy, well, however they may fall into the picture. You know what I mean? Uh,
Yeah,
you know, you may have some dirt on the guy, put him away, take care of his family, keep some money on his books, keep the wolves away. You know, we
yeah,
may not make those type of choices and those type of interactions, but there's people that do. You know, there's people that do for sure.
true. Hey, huge.
Huge.
Oh, it
Yeah, we
came
up
over
early.
the police scanner.
Yeah, we're up way too early, Bonnie. I just realized it. Holy damn!
Oh, wow.
How did we get up this early? It started later. No, I don't know. We've been up for so long that we've been on too late and too early. Huh. It's an interesting threshold to cross over, you know.
Fred Street, Trump and Kennedy.
Coming in hot. Coming in hot.
Yeah,
Give
I
me a
know
Diablo sandwich and a Dr. Pepper. I'm in hot pursuit.
that.
Gotta get out of here. Gotta catch this Opie and that bandit rascal. Dirty rascals. You know?
Remember when somebody was dumping cow manure or horse manure or something in front of the White House?
Oh yeah, I mean shoot. They can't figure out who's doing something like that. Come on, man. It's just allegedly the nation's capital. You know what I mean? I would imagine at any point there's always been highly, it's always under surveillance, you know,
Yeah.
pre 9/11, post 9/11, you know. But yeah, they can't figure out who the heck's doing that. Come on now.
Cheryl, that's a good. So, could all of that have been the testing of AI? Never know.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's going to be a little bit different for everybody, I guess, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know if it's any reassurance, but they've definitely been telling us for a while. You know, there would be a time when there'd be so much BS and sewage filled in the streets that the people won't know what's what from what. You know.
And that's why I think it's so important to get to know as many people as you can. Excuse me. So that so we can still see the reality. Because I think once we lose that reality, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, it definitely has. That definitely is critical to community. But you got to know yourself. You know, you got to know
Yes,
yourself.
absolutely.
But whatever it may be, there's probably a word for it. I know a lot of people use discernment, whatever it is. Just I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't like any of those words. I hate just it all being defined just like the one word, like discernment or maybe, I don't know, common sense. I think even like common sense, I mean, that's just like, I don't know, like the bottom of the barrel. Like once you start to scratch the surface of understanding, you know, it's common of them all. But I don't know. People say common
Yeah.
sense is no longer a thing.
Well, they're trying to make it not a thing, but it's, and so I think that that's what, when you're, excuse me, when you, when you work on the within yourself and then you see something like that, that's where the trust your gut. If it looks fishy, it might be. If it, if it, I don't know. I think that's where we need to know ourselves well enough to trust ourselves in what we're seeing and what we're believing. That makes sense.
Yeah. The only common denominator is yourself, you know, ourself, each one of us. That's the only common denominator because ultimately everybody, from whatever or opinions they have of things, it's going to be a different reality, a different perception, you know.
Yes. To each person, it'll be different. It's like when you're looking at the clouds and you're saying what it looks like I see an elephant, but the person next to you, no, it's a dog or something like that.
I don't know. I don't know. I try to remain optimistic about some things, but realistically, some things just don't look too good. And that's not saying, you know, that's a bad thing for everybody. You know, there's problems out there. How you let it affect you is up to you. You know,
Yeah.
but yeah, just like across the spectrum or across the board, uh, definitely
Yeah.
things are down. You know, understanding, common sense, IQ, awareness, self-sufficient, the ability to communicate, understand, read, write. arithmetic, just like the basics, they're down. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Try to remain optimistic, but all I can do is I'm good with it. I'm good with myself. I'm good where I'm at. You know,
Yes.
some people I
Well,
don't know.
I'm, I know this sounds weird, but even I'm having to work on how I perceive things because it can seem that it's one way, but then whenever I just really concentrate on it and think about it, it's like it's not really that way. It's just because we tend to, um, for whatever reason, look at the worst in things, and it's switching to looking for the best in things that it just around you, just with your family, just with your friends. You can take something a wrong way. I've seen relationships just end because it was taken a wrong way or wasn't seen the same way. And I think that's where a lot of us have,
Could be,
well,
could be either way. They might have took it the wrong
mm,
way, or if it took something so small as that to separate it, then maybe it wasn't as strong as what they originally thought it was. It could go either way for sure.
yeah,
I've seen it happen both ways.
yeah. And then that goes back to the yin and yang and
It just
the
comes down to each person being themselves. If each person could be communable, honor able, a lot of these problems we shouldn't have. A lot of them get created after the fact.
true.
Yes, it's nice to want to play and parlay up on level 100, but you got to remember there's 99 steps, there's 99 disciplines, there's 99 walks to get to that level 100.
There's that 99 again.
That's why
That
they
just,
tell you 99 bottles of beer on the wall. They were trying
that's
to
what
tell
it
people
just,
that.
you read my mind. It just reminded me of 99 bottles of beer on the wall.
All one big matrix, all one big reflective matrix. It is what you want it to be. It is what you want it to be, and it's everything you hope it could be. But just don't
Mhm.
expect it to be exactly like you perceived it to be. You know, it could
Yeah,
be everything you hoped to be and wanted to be, but uh, once that perception meets reality, or reality meets perception, it doesn't always align for good, better, or the any indifference.
yeah. Oh, 99 red lock balloons.
Nah,
I'll
that's
have
illegal.
one.
Can't even do that many balloons anymore now.
Try it and see. Turn your
Yeah,
camera on.
yeah. Turn your camera on. Yeah, save it. Don't do it now. Make sure you do it at a zero gravity, non-gravity event. We're less than 30 days away. We're 20 something days away, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh man,
So we
that
just
would
say
be
three,
cool.
3 to 4 weeks. 3 to 4 weeks there. So save it for that day, Tony. You might want to triple that. Get you 399. Make it an even 500. Make it an even 500 to be safe. That way you can cover it. See what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely record it live stream it, go pro it, no pro it, your pro it, my pro it. Just do it.
Johnny, she's not talking about you. That's true, Kim, though. They know. Well, And that's what I've noticed with these chicks, though. When you're taking care of babies like that, they're they're gonna respond to your voice. The one that's feeding them and giving them water and keeping them alive.
Oh yeah, that's mainly what they're hearing, and inside of their minds, that's triggering. Hey, when I hear and see this voice. Hey, I get some food. When I hear and see this voice, I get a fresh bed or some water. All that's
Yes.
just probably not the level. Of course, not the level of understanding. I guess like humans or baby would have. If we have dominion over the animals, but I think they at least have that intuition. Most animals, yeah, they know where they're getting fed from.
Yep.
Or who's taking care of whatever it may be. Cats, dogs, chickens, yeah, horses. They know, they
Yeah.
recognize, yeah. Like you said, the voices, especially getting like a baby. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, they'll be following you around like Mary Poppins.
Well, and that's where how many people can put that kind of faith, like a blind person, and you've got somebody leading you, you're trusting that person to not walk you into the middle of a highway or something. So, and remember the trust test where you'd fall backwards and that person was supposed to catch you?
Yeah, yeah. The trust fall.
Yeah.
There you go. Make trust falls great again. Everybody partner, team up. Try to stick with your own weight class. If you're
Yeah.
300 pounds, don't be trust falling on the 100-pound guy.
Yep.
Yeah, we had to do things like that coming up in sports, playing football, stuff like that. Little team building of events or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
Team building drills.
Goes back to that who's got your six?
Killer Instinct, no doubt. There was a video game called Killer Instinct, I believe. It was almost like the format of Mortal Kombat. If you're familiar with Mortal Kombat, you have the different
Hmm.
players you can select to fight against each other. They have their different powers. And I think that's what Killer Instinct was about.
Okay.
Snooze you can't use. There's really no it's just you know. See, that's it. See, that's definitely news you can't use to sit there in the old brain, Bunny. Didn't even know I didn't know that. Yeah, Killer Instinct. It was pretty much like the Mortal Kombat game, but yeah, different characters. Some characters might have been similar, but yeah.
Hmm. I don't think I ever played Mortal Kombat.
There you go. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll play the Mortal Kombats.
Maybe.
We're kind of playing that now, The Mortal
Yeah.
Kombat, the Soul Combat, Everything
Yeah.
they're doing is trying to knock us off and take it from us. And it's like they just made a video game about what everybody's doing versus.
Yeah.
This versus
Mental
that
combat.
versus this. It ain't hard to do.
It's true, huge. The brain is very powerful.
Yeah, some people said the heck with it. They just got rid of it. They got the brain out of there. They just eliminated it. Who needs mind over matter? We can just go straight to matter and just eliminate the brain. So that's like, just take the brain out. We'll just give you a brand new, fully chipped brain. State of the art.
Wizard of Oz. If I only had a brain.
Yeah, heck, if you only had a brain. Yeah, if you only had a brain, just imagine. Who was that? The Scarecrow? Which one was trying to get a brain?
Um,
I can't remember. Maybe I need to sign up for a brain. Maybe I need to sign up for this program myself.
I thought
Nah,
it was Tin Man, but I could be wrong. I
I
don't
don't.
know.
One of them was trying to get a brain.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say the scarecrow. I'm gonna say scarecrow final answer.
yeah. It may have been
But
Scarecrow.
yeah, just imagine, buddy. Just imagine if everybody had brain power.
Oh my goodness. Do you know that if I really and truly think if everyone focused on one thing at the same time, that they could make things happen.
Who knows? It's a fine line between insanity and genius. Yeah.
Fine line
Okay.
between love and hate too.
Oh yeah, everything.
Yep.
Could be good or bad, or depending on the spectrum. But ultimately, yeah, they got to cross somewhere. You had to cross over, transcend from something. Whatever
Yep.
that middle point is. Yeah. You could venture far first, so one venture so deep into either one, it just gets so close. You can
Mhm.
maybe just think you hate something to test something, but you slowly grow to like it or whatever way, and just think you love something, and it just completely pushes you to the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Just how it is. You're gonna get pushed and pulled no matter what. You might as well find something worth pushing and pulling. You know, hopefully it's just pushing and pulling us in a good direction, a better direction. You
And
know,
that's what I was going to say, and how far you want to be pushed or pulled.
ultimately just to live life in its basic form, you're gonna be pushed and pulled, tested. You know,
Mhm.
sacrifice or give up something.
There's something um, about being able to bend.
Oh yeah, I definitely advise stretching. Don't get in any type of activities without stretching, whatever it be, physically, mentally.
Yeah,
Don't just jump into it. Uh, I don't know. I can't speak for everybody, but go ahead. I be done took us down another rabbit hole. Go ahead, tell us about stretching.
well, it's like some trees, whenever a hard wind blows, they're able to bend, but these oak trees are not. And that's why the oak trees were uprooted or broken in half because they don't bend. And so if you look at it like that, if you don't bend,
Oh, no doubt. You got to have some form of flexibility, um, or whatever it may be. Not saying that you're completely conforming to something, but ultimately, even if you're going to get around it or evade it, you got to have some flexibility to maneuver, operate uh, for whatever gets thrown at you. No doubt. I mean,
yes,
you can
to,
use a tree for a lot of references.
yes,
Foundation, your roots, whatever holds you strong and keeps you grounded. If those things aren't strong, I mean, of course, ultimately, that's going to be the test when those winds and those storms get to coming. How strong are the roots? How deep are the roots? You know what I mean? How flexible can this tree actually be? You know, it's not when there's just a perfect sunny day and you're going out there getting a little shade or picking a little apples from it, and just loving life and living life. No, shoot, no. It's going to be when those storms come from whichever direction they come from, man-made, natural-made. That's when they find out when the thing how what something is made of. What do they say? That's when you find out what the real things are made of, and you find out what things are made of. Through those different
yes.
tests and things.
And that's how you survive. Yes. Being able to survive the storms, any of life's storms that are thrown at us.
Yeah, yeah. Whatever it is, that's whatever. I bend not break. There's probably a couple verses or a couple sayings with that.
Hmm.
Be like water, Bonnie. Be like water. Strong enough to separate stone, but still yielding enough to just, be gentle and life sustaining. You know,
Yes.
I don't think that's the exact Bruce Lee quote, but he says something like that. Be as strong, as powerful as water, but also as bending and I forget the exact thing, but strong enough to break
Flow.
great stone, but powerful enough to give and withstand life. Just that constant battle. Do we
Yeah.
want to be a destroyers and wither things down and break things down, or do we want to be life sustaining and living, build things up, make things better, whatever it may be, offset some of the things that may or may not be happening?
Yep.
Roots. Force.
Flow. Be able to flow.
Gotta have the force, Mama. Gotta have the force.
May the force be with you.
420 said you got the force, so you got it. You got the sauce. It's all in the sauce. Gotta have a good sauce. There you go. That's what some would say. Water is grace, fire is rage, The ability to
Yes.
destroy or give life. Have
Yep.
mercy. Have mercy. Just a little mercy, just a little bit.
Yep.
It's an oldie but a goodie. That's why it's an oldie and that's why it's a goodie. Some of these things don't change, I don't think
Mm-hmm.
that no matter what time period you look at them, there's certain stories still have a certain purpose, whatever it may be.
Absolutely.
To guide you or misguide you, different things happen for a reason. Shoot, I misguided myself enough.
Yeah. Haven't we all? I think. Um,
I was just all a part of everything, I guess.
I have never met a person that had it all figured out and everything went smoothly as planned.
No, I plan some things, but some things I don't plan.
Yeah.
Really, I just kind of let them type of things handle themselves out. But yeah, certain things I do, certain things I don't. You know, I got goals like short-term goals or like long-term goals, and when they fall into place, they do. There may be some quicker harvest. There may be a longer season. You might have had to go a little bit deeper into the harvest to get it, but hey, it's meant to
Yeah.
be. It'll work out. Having the idea and the faith or whatever behind it's one part, but we still got to put in the work. Still got to put in our physical actions to go with whatever spiritual thoughts and vibrations we're putting out there.
True.
Whatever it
I
is.
wonder if that's why water is so attracting, though, is because a lot of people like to just sit and watch, or even when you're just fishing, just sitting there watching the water, it's calming.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you remove all those outside distractions and stuff like that. I mean, ultimately you can think, maybe even hear yourself think, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
I would hope so. Hopefully nobody gets enraged by go sitting by a babbling brook. If
Well,
you're getting upset and triggered over a babbling brook, I don't even think I can help you. Hopefully I didn't trigger that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
well, even if the waves are crashing, it's still a
That sound like
peaceful.
it's like a relaxing sound.
Yes.
They got sleep videos for that. The waves, the water, the rain.
Yes.
Hopefully nobody's out there punching grass listening to the babbling brook. I hope not. If you're in the reach of the sound of my voice, don't do it. don't do it. Take a couple deep breaths, woosah. You know, maybe
Yeah.
go take a swim in the babbling brook. Wash your face off, freshen up a little bit. Who knows? Who knows these things? Yeah, man. They out there punching grass. They just need to touch some grass. Yeah, they eat
Or
too much
smoke some.
artificial grass and GMO grass.
Smoke some. Calm
Yeah,
down.
now the devil's lettuce has literally become lettuce. How about that? Crazy. The real devil's lettuce has become the actual iceberg lettuce. Who would ever thought? It's just craziness.
Oh, huge.
Oh, no
Mm,
doubt. Fire definitely has a way of forming and forging things. What comes out on the other side of the fire is ultimately, everybody's different walks, but, no doubt. Whether we classify it as rage or walking through the fire or whatever it may be,
right.
some people it's different times, different times in life we go through different walks, different things happen. Sometimes, a lot of times, it's just events that stem from things that's out of our control, the loss of a certain thing or whatever it may be, the things that life brings us. I forget the story. I think there's even the story in the Bible where the guys walk through the fire. Probably should know that right off the top of my head, but I don't. I want to say it
It's,
was three individuals, or could be wrong. But yeah, they
it's
walked through the
something.
fire.
Yeah. But it was the moral of it was something about the way you come out on the other side,
I would
wasn't
think so, just in my limited understanding, having the don't let whatever fire or whatever, deteriorate or take away from, make it just, if anything, make it pure, make it more refined, come out on the other side more refined, maybe more pure of heart, maybe more understanding, you know. You didn't let it deteriorate you from what you were. If anything, it built you up, made you better. Probably 1,000 different takes you can get from it.
true.
Or just, even the story of the silversmith, when he just kept working on the silver and refining the silver until he saw his own image, and it just kind of hit him that, God just kept refining us and working on us and just building us up, putting us through different fires, different forges, different tests, different things that sometimes might have just been out of our control, but ultimately, you know, he saw us and built us in his own image. So if you look at it through something like that, I guess ultimately it comes full circle, uh, whatever it may be. I think we control a lot of these type of things, um, different decisions, different emotions, different reactions. But, no doubt.
Yes.
Whoever's on the other side, I definitely want to see everybody come out the best, uh, whatever version of themselves. The truest, the realest, whatever the real thing is. Doing over there? You going through your first aid kit? Has it really gotten that bad?
Oh,
What
I'm
you doing?
sorry. I can mute. I'm
You clean out a
putting my
body
food
work.
away.
That's it. That's it. How you manage it? How you manage it? Yeah, nobody's going to be immune to any of those type of things. I don't care how much money you got in your bank account or where you stand socially or politically. You know, no amount of money or security in the world that could prevent people from experiencing any of the things that anybody experiences or goes through in life, even on the most basic level. If that's the case, shoot, billionaires, they'd have the longest lifespan of us all. They just be outliving everybody. Who knows? Maybe they did. Maybe that's why they got so many lookalikes and clones and underground bunkers, you know?
Yeah.
Who knows these things? But yeah, cause and effect. Sometimes you can't afford the right hook getting thrown at you. It's just all about how you put it. Unbridled is the key word. Unbridled. There you go. Almost made that the safe word. It's funny you say that. Almost made the ninth safe word unbridled. But I figured that might have been too unbridled. You know what I mean? That's like, wait a minute. This is Shenanigans Saturday. You know what I mean? We came in
Yep.
here fully bridled, not even knowing what the heck's going on. It's all right, though. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out eventually. I don't know. I feel pretty good. I feel pretty complete. I feel like we offset something, you know? I don't know. We might have solved one of the world's problems tonight, Bunny. We might have made it to one complete problem solved. Usually it's like 50. I think the most we got up to was like 83%. But yeah, I think we completely solved one of the world's problems tonight. I feel it.
I hope so.
Either that or the temperature just dropped outside. I don't know. It just started feeling really good. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. But I don't know. What you think about it?
I think it's been a good discussion. Thank you, Watt.
No doubt. Maybe we didn't get there to the end result or the end conclusion or maybe a mass understanding, but you know, maybe something was talked about, something was said, you know, somebody will think about it. Nothing else, heck, maybe we'll think about it, you know, we'll think about it more ourselves. Ultimately, I hope that's what we all do. Just think about whatever it is important, not important. Uh, Definitely don't let the world or the media tell you what's important or not important. Focus on that for yourself, you know, figure that out.
Yeah.
That's it. Student of life, whatever this life is, whatever this simulation is, we're just all learning it. I definitely appreciate everybody that checked in, tuned out. Definitely appreciate it. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
had planned on coming live at some point last night, but then they hit us with that little weird storm, lost power for a minute, which knocked out the internet. And I came back, I was like in a slight food coma. So, I mean, I had everything working against me at that point. It was too much. It was too much for the funny. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I woke up
And
to a lot of unsolicited emails this morning, but you know, hey, it is what it is.
uh-oh.
Sometimes there can't be Friday free for alls, you know what I mean? But it's all right though. We'll get through it. You know, I'll send them a Shoney's gift card. They'll be all right.
Yeah. Well, I haven't been able to do lives till I figure out what's up with this.
All right.
My technology's not working real great out here.
It's the solar flares, buddy. Just blame it on the solar flares. You know, watch the water.
Yep.
You know, once you ever get everything situated, you'll be back up and running.
Yeah.
Now, I did drop the link. If anybody wants to join the backstage for a little bit, you know, that's cool. Feel free. Come one, come all. You lurkers, you waiters, you non-participators, you multi-pentaversal haters, please feel free. You know, at any point, click that link to your viewing pleasure. But other than that, I think we out of here, Bonnie. We're going to get out of here while we at least solve one world problem before any more problems happen and it offsets it. You know, that's how it is. You solve one problem and they hit you with like three more. You just got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Ciao. Arrivederci. There you go. Tell them about it, Bonnie.
Are we still live?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. They didn't cancel us yet.
Y'all have a good night and stay safe. It's good seeing all of you.
Definitely, definitely. Uh, safe and blessed weekends. Blessed Sunday. We'll see you when we see you again, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you ready for a war?